in the spots they're going to go.
Okay. All right. The decision will happen after the first commercial break.
Oh my.
I can be swayed. It's pretty much there. It's pretty much there, but I can be swayed. What's the somebody said that Chelsea has the LeBron James of the league.
It's funny. D'Lo off that Brussels sprouts contract dinner. No, there was no talk. Hey, we're going to go out to dinner to celebrate. And I saw everybody today. There was no talk of that KC dinner. Didn't nobody say, hey, you want to go grab a steak? You want to go do it? You want to go get some drinks? A little old fashioned for you, a little McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin, a little bamboo. One brought up to me.
Hey, we going, bro. We going. Me, Jesse, and D'Lo,
I just get called in for bad news. Hey, congrats on the deal. Sit down. I'm gonna need you to sit down.
We absolutely.
Y'all don't know what they put your boy through, man. Y'all just don't know.
We going, man.
I had to lip sync. I was bumping Nipsey Hussle on my way home to feel better.
Damn.
Nope. No pasta with Brussels sprouts for me.
Hey, man. Me and Jesse got you, big dog. We going. We going.
Hey, you got Kenny's number so I can take my first step. Oh, man.
Respect.
Oh, man. What's good, baby? Happy Thursday. Welcome in here to the Thursday, August 4th edition of D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me! Acknowledge me! Acknowledge
One
me!
more time for the
Acknowledge me!
Just if you're listening.
Acknowledge me!
Anybody at Lava Rock is listening.
Acknowledge me!
That's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
You want to keep working here. Stay off the drugs.
What's that for?
Nothing. I saw it on here and I was like, I haven't played.
I don't think you've ever pressed that button before.
I love that quote.
You want to keep working here. Stay off the drugs.
They kicked an oblong ball through a big egg-shaped. That's good stuff there.
Very underrated scene was when the countrymen saw him in the bathroom line.
Oh, that's fantastic. I feel like the underrated scene is when he's mopping with the mop in the bucket.
In the bucket.
Like he's just rolling the wheels around. Like that's
bro.
That's
maybe I'm sure it has been. You know, I'm young in this game. I just think that was the first time I'd ever seen a movie like that. That was so. The concept of the movie, was flawless, and they executed it flawless.
The movie is perfect.
Yeah,
Coming to America is perfect.
A king, like a king rich beyond anybody's wildest dreams.
Says, when I say that boy got his own money,
I mean he got his own money.
He got his own money.
Comes to America where nobody knows him and tries to live a common folk life.
I need your poorest building. Your poorest room. Yeah, that's incredible stuff. Incredible stuff, man. It's going to be one of those days. I'm telling you that. Deuce Mo are going to be with us. I've got some questions for Morgan Reagan, by the way.
Oh,
she doesn't even know that they're coming. She doesn't even know that they're coming. She doesn't know. Well, what are we going to do? Break down Keegan Murray again? For God's sakes, Deuce and Mo are going to be with us. We're going to talk about some things.
Kings put up some pictures of Keegan Murray.
that's good. Well, they did talk to. Okay. I'm gonna walk that back a little bit. We're gonna talk a little bit about Keegan Murray because they talked to Fran McCaffrey yesterday. So we're gonna talk about Keegan Murray a little bit with Deuce Mo when they join us.
Let me ask you. What do you give me for? I know it's not a 10. What do you give me for Fran McCaffrey and the guy who played? I don't even remember his name right now, but the coach on Winning Time that fell off the bike.
Oh, McKinney?
Yeah, the guy who played him, though. I think we can get
that's
to
good.
7.
No, that's 7. Good. Yeah, that's good. I'll give it a. Boy, you Google some images of Fran McCaffrey. These are some gems. You Google some images of Fran McCaffrey. Apparently, he has a hell of a time on the sidelines. My goodness, man. I'll go a good 6.5.
I'll take that.
I'll go a good 6.5.
I think the hair is a little different. Fran McCaffrey got a little more hair, styled a little different, so you can't always see it. But when I saw Fran, I was like,
have you ever Google imaged Fran McCaffrey?
No, that's what I'm gonna do.
Do it right now.
Let's see,
everybody collectively. This is a class assignment. Everybody Google image Fran McCaffrey and look at 3 of the 4 first images that pop up. Like there are all these like outrageous facial expressions.
Why?
Like why are these the first images that you see when you search Fran McCaffrey?
Fran McCaffrey, he has like he got a little John Groot when it comes to facial expressions. Like, you know, that was the thing. Like John would do all these crazy facial expressions on the sideline. Fran, he gets it in on the facial expressions.
Oh man, just keep looking. They're everywhere. What is Fran McCaffrey doing on these sidelines? By the way, I got what's that game what's the game you say? What do you give me for?
Yeah.
Yo, look at Fran McCaffrey's wife.
Okay, let's see.
Does she look like anybody off the top of your head? She looks like Jill.
I was just about to say Jill Adge.
She looks like Jill Adge.
She does. Now that is. Let me see.
That might be a 7.5.
Nah, bro, that's a solid 8. I just saw another picture. That's a solid 8.
Jill, I don't know if you're listening, but
yeah, that's a solid 8.
Man, what?
Jill Adge, is your cousin married to Fran McCaffrey?
Yeah, I'm just now I just is it what's her, is it Margaret? What's her name? Yeah, Margaret McCaffrey. She looks stunningly similar to Jill Adge.
She does. If they were related, I would be. Oh yeah. I can see.
Related? Are we sure? Is Jill Adge an alias?
Have we seen them at the same place at the same time?
I've never seen Margaret McCaffrey and Jill Adge in the same place at the same time, and I've never seen Fran McCaffrey make a normal expression. This is a stunning live radio development.
Oh, bro, there's another picture. Fran McCaffrey, he got a little too close to one of his players. Oh, this is a bad picture right here.
For those of you who are,
of course, Michigan blog.
For those of you, oh wait, his hair is just a mess. For those of you who aren't in a position to Google image Fran McCaffrey, please do it later. 1, 2, you're welcome. It's.
Man, come on, man.
We could create a best of, like a top 10 Fran McCaffrey images.
I wonder if I shouldn't even put it out there because Dr. David will probably do it. I wonder if they get, untimely pictures for us when we're at work.
Oh no, I stay. Well, every time the screen freezes, the screen freezes, they can't wait to put that out there. Of course, we don't. Good. That's great. That's great. That's just wonderful. That's what we're doing today. Okay. Well, welcome into the show. If you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, wherever you are, we appreciate you for being with us. Deuce Mo will be with us coming up next hour.
Check this out.
Okay.
I think Prince Hakeem, or did Prince Hakeem bet on the Kings to win the NBA title?
So I guess that's the thing.
What a hell of a transition.
I guess that's the thing. Well done, partner. I saw your tweet about the NBA is rigged and the Kings are going to win the NBA championship.
Bro, it's clear as day. Don't nobody just throw away $18,000.
Kind of mess my partner getting us into now and seeing it. So if now help me out. I've got this right? One singular bettor placed a $10,000 wage and an $8,000 wage.
That's how I read it.
Yeah. And the return for the Sacramento Kings to win the NBA championship.
Mm-hmm.
And the return on that would be $10 million.
That's
okay.
10.5, I think.
10.5. Sorry for the 500,000 I left off.
Hey, man.
You know what I love when the lotto thing goes crazy and it's like $1 billion and everyone's like, man, I'm going to play. I'm gonna play. It's $1 billion. So just to be clear, when it was 800,000, that didn't move you, or 800 million. I mean, it was $800 million. That didn't move you. But the fact that it was 1 billion. I got it. 800 million's not worth it. But I'm gonna go buy a lotto ticket for 1.1 billion.
And I was out there on Friday. I got sent out there on Friday.
Okay, that adds up. I can see that.
I
can see you being told to go buy a.
Yeah. And I went to the one.
Ticket.
I don't know if it's I guess it is a liquor store, but the one on Florin Road by Bel Air. That's the one that I knew would have it. You know, that's the quote unquote hot spot. So I went there. A line wrapped around Bel Air. 3 news stations were out there.
Oh my gosh!
I said, "Come on, man."
So why is that the hot one? Someone did someone win?
Maybe
you just
past.
Knew?
I knew they would have. Like that's the closest one to me that I knew would have the lotto tickets. Right?
Oh, I got you. I
knew they would, but I mean that's also like it's probably like I don't want to say a South Sacramento staple, but everybody on the 5 side of South Sacramento probably went to that place. The line was wrapped around the building like all day long. I went at like 5 p.m., 6 p.m. All day long was wrapped around. 3 news stations out there going live.
How long did you wait there?
I didn't go there. I went to the Chevron that was next door that had nobody there. There was literally a Chevron, I don't know, football field's length away that was giving the same tickets out. Nobody was there. Either way, I lost, but
I gathered that.
I'd be here. No, I'd be here. I wouldn't tell nobody.
Oh, I wouldn't tell anyone either.
I wouldn't tell you. Wouldn't know I had anything.
Okay, I'm gonna call cap on that. That's a flat out lie. I'm with you in the sense that if I wouldn't tell anybody. But to pretend like you wouldn't start noticing some things is a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, start having that
why is the Pacific Ocean behind D'Lo when he's doing the show? Like there's just nothing but the Pacific Ocean. It must be one of them backdrops. It must be one of them weird like green screen backdrops.
Hey man, I come do the show like Prince Hakeem in Queens. You wouldn't know.
Cap. I'm calling.
You wouldn't know.
Hey Stacy, that new building's nice. I'm never gonna be there, but it's really, really nice. Also have my paycheck sent to Malibu, maybe Florida. Oh, also don't tell anyone because. Oh no, I'll be Skyping in. I'll be Zooming in for meetings from now on.
I'd build a new studio right across the street from my house.
Well, that's because you've already got the compound. You've already got the land for it.
Wow.
You got it.
It's tight around here, man. It's tight.
You're just really?
Yeah, it's tight.
What's that email you got yesterday?
Come on, man. Hey, they really out here trying to, this is crazy, bro. Like, it really is crazy.
Bro, they out here hustling, Kenny.
Pull up. Like, we'll have it for you. Pull up. What? What are you talking about?
These corporations out here hustling, Kenny, man. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. We'll come back. I'll ask you this question. Maybe this show will get on track. Maybe it won't. I have no idea.
It is August 4th. Okay. We have a fake football game going on today. The NBA is radio silent. Don't worry about it, Damien.
We got Deuce and Mo coming up at 1:47. We got Matt George coming up in the final hour of the show. No Olivia today. Guess who's pulling up this weekend?
Maybach O in the building?
Maybach O's on like a book tour. She's not going to be with us for her usual visits today, but I talked to her this morning, and man, there's good things on the way for Maybach O.
Squad is together.
We'll save that announcement for later, man. But we'll come back. I'll ask you this: what Kings bet would you be comfortable making? We'll touch on that when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320.
All right, guys, it's time for Premier League Decision 2022. After much deliberation, talking it over with my team. Matter of fact, I handled this like the NBA should handle all stuff. I talked about it earlier, like, yo, what team should I get? An hour later, I had 2 finalists. An hour later, I made a decision. That's how everything should get done. Much deliberation, maybe not that much. I've decided to go with the Tottenham Spurs. Those are my boys. It really came down to Tottenham and Chelsea. And I was hearing good things about the Spurs. And really the X factor was they had a Nike jersey. It's really what it came down to. I was only only going with Nike teams. That's all a lot, like Pumas and Adidas. They were already canceled out. I think Man U, which was also one of the top 3, did they go Nike yet? Because I remember at one point they were Adidas, and that absolutely eliminated them. But I went with Tottenham. Jesse sold me in the final 2 minutes before the show. No, nobody wants that. All right, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We're getting aggressive out here. What is Everton? Are they the favorites? Or what's going on? Oh, they're getting relegated. Go on, no damn Adidas. Now, Chester, they made the final 2 because they had Nike.
Chelsea?
Oh, it's Chelsea? Oh, okay.
I know the A is confusing. I was like, man, I've been saying it wrong for years. You said it with confidence. I was like, I've been wrong for years.
They're not my team, so I don't care no more. Did you know Drake has basketball gear with Nike?
No, I know he had those like
compression sleeves. He's got like the Under Armour leggings. He's got shooting shirts, a basketball.
Why?
Because he's a baller. So yeah, I think somebody told me what Tottenham play on Friday. They play tomorrow. All right.
So the Premier League starts Saturday?
Yeah.
Oh, Friday. Okay.
8 a.m. No, that's our rival. Those bastards. To hell with them. To hell with Arsenal. Did you see, maybe Jesse saw it, the clip of the guy at the LAFC, I don't know what team they were playing, match yesterday, and he threw a beer at somebody, and then just like 20 beers came back his way. Just doused him.
I didn't see that, but I love it so much.
Tag you guys.
I didn't see that, but I love it so much.
Just doused them.
That's wonderful. Bryce,
What's
what
going
would
on
I do?
with,
What would I do with wrestling trunks? Why would I own wrestling trunks?
What's going on with HBO Max?
Is something going on with them?
that people are like the crumbling of HBO Max.
Oh well, they scrapped that. They scrapped that Batman movie, or was it Batgirl? Yeah, they scrapped that Batgirl movie, and that's got everybody asking questions.
Mm. I'm watching it again. Destroy it.
Mm.
I mean, at least it wasn't fighting. Like that's okay. It's funny.
You see this? You see these screenshots that Dr. David just put up?
Wait a minute.
He got you. He got us with the Draymond Green looks. Were we making that look at the same time, or did you make that?
Come on, man. Come on.
This video that Kenny just tagged us in is extraordinary. This goofball threw a beer at somebody, and of course it gets everybody wet, and then everybody throws their beer at him. Of course, it's probably a bit absurd to throw $14 beers at someone, but
I didn't care.
that's pretty damn funny.
Just doused him. The guy was soaked afterwards.
You be turning me on to the worst websites too, because now I'm looking at this website and it says Baseball Fight Club.
Oh, bro.
And I'm like,
It'd be
oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
It'd be lit. Yeah. That's one of my faves.
Man, all right. That's wild stuff. That's good stuff there. We've got our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing coming up here. In just a couple of minutes, we had mentioned one bettor made a $10,000 wage. This is there have been a couple of bets made on the Sacramento Kings. People just throwing money away on the Kings to win the NBA championship, or they know something we don't. But in all serious, I know you do, because your friend told you you don't have to pay your mortgage. And,
no, that was a different friend.
And all sports are rigged. You have a hell of a circle of friends that you roll with, though. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I don't listen to them. Those two, at least. Well, I listen to them in general. I don't listen to everything, because those two things are wacky.
Miss P made two bets. Oh, well, that's no surprise. She was probably the $10,000 and $8,000 bettor. If you follow her on IG, no one is shocked by that at all. But Miss P says, I made probably two other bets that they make the playoffs and regular season wins are over 33.5. So that's interesting. Make the playoffs.
That's in
the betting world. Is that the same as the play-in or no?
See, I believe, somebody tell me if I'm right or not, but they would say postseason.
Okay. Miss P, can you clarify? Does playoffs mean top 8 or top 10?
I mean, that's small potatoes for her. She's the one that made the title bets.
I firmly believe.
And when she did it, she went to the MGM in DC, and she threw the money at them like that Rihanna gift that I love so much. It's like, here.
I believe it.
Here's my 18,000. Just stop staring at me.
Place the bet on my Kings.
That's it. She just threw it.
What bet would you be comfortable making on the Kings? I mean, so that no one thinks that. I don't think anyone thinks that 32.5 win total is going to stick. Miss P found a 33.5 win total that she could bet on. Would you bet on playoffs? Would you bet on De'Aaron Fox? Would you bet on Keegan Murray winning Rookie of the Year? Like, if you had to place your money somewhere as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings, where would it be?
Well, for me personally, it would be playoffs. I didn't even think about that, but it would be playoffs. That'd be number 1. Top 8. That'd be number 1.
Okay.
My second would be Keegan for Rookie of the Year. Currently, if I read it right earlier, I think he's 3rd. And
we got him at plus 650. I feel like he was tied with Paolo for I think this was before Paolo held you up at gunpoint, but I think that they had the same odds for Rookie of the Year following Summer League. You're going
I
to
could
have to
believe
listen to
that.
shows from earlier this week if you want to find out how Paolo Caro held up Kenny Caraway.
Man, just set me up. It was like, for real, like an episode of The Wire or something
And
like
I'll
that.
take a double burger with cheese. It happens.
Yeah, that would probably be my second. Well, I take that all back. The wins totals is what I would do first.
So
if it stays at that 32,
what if it was 35 and a half?
I take it.
36 and a half.
I think that's money well gambled. I take it.
37 and a half.
That's where I'd stop. That's where I wouldn't go.
You wouldn't be as confident in that bet. 37 and 38 wins for the Kings.
Yeah. That's a gamble. I don't think the other ones are a gamble. I think that's money well gambled. And I'll say this, easy money.
No, don't do that. There's no reason to believe betting the Kings to win even 34 or 35 games is easy money. It's absolutely not.
Fair enough. But it's
LeBron James led the Lakers to 33 wins last year.
When
it was LeBron James.
Yeah, Kings they're not this roster. If we're looking at just basketball and not taking the Kings into account, because to be honest with you, all the new additions, Bobby, Ronnie, Ricky, and Mike, they don't have anything to do with the past. They don't have anything to do with that.
I understand that.
So they're coming in with their own, their own vibes. They have nothing to do with that. So if I just look at it as a basketball team, that team is better than 32 wins. Keegan, Herter, Monk, Mike Brown, all those guys got nothing to do with that. To be honest with you, Sabonis came in, at the end of the season last year. They ain't got nothing to do with the train wreck that was there before.
There's no excuse for this team to be bad this year then.
No. Not in my opinion.
Not that bad, at least.
Not that bad. And the only thing that could take them in that direction, in my opinion, is injury. If everybody's healthy, there's no excuse for them not to win. To win more than 32 and a half.
What's the riskiest bet you would make? Like, I feel like
Kings winning the championship.
That's risky. That's a risky bet. That's okay. All right. I was thinking something like if there was, would you bet on a King being an all-star?
No, that is a risky bet.
Would you bet on De'Aaron averaging 27?
No, that's a risky bet.
I think anytime you have someone, you hand someone a postseason award, that's not, even though Rookie of the Year can still be risky, the class is significantly smaller. And even with the class being smaller, the group who really have a chance to win Rookie of the Year is even smaller than the class. So it's not a wild bet. But once you start getting into, like Will Z mentioned, what about Davion for most improved player? Man, there's going to be there's a lot more players that have the opportunity to win that than Rookie of the Year. That's a risky bet. Like any King winning a postseason award is a risky bet. But the note you put on that is Kings have to win too.
Yeah,
I mean, Keegan Murray winning Rookie of the Year, not 100% dictated on wins, but sure looks a lot better if they do win. Anything involving all-star appearances, postseason awards for someone like Davion or De'Aaron or Sabonis or whoever, that's predicated on winning. No one's making this all-star team if this team isn't well above 500 headed into not even the all-star break. Yeah, the weeks leading into the all-star break, because no King is going to get voted.
Right.
It will be the coaches who determine,
and
this player deserves to make it or whatever. Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, whoever.
And if a team is like if the Kings are playing even close to solid basketball, like if they're hovering around the 8th spot, I think they get that consideration. Remember a couple of years ago, De'Aaron was getting buzz when the Kings were 12 and 11. You know what I mean? People were like, yo, I remember Ramona Shelburne said, I was just about to write the article
Yes.
about De'Aaron should be an all-star. And I think they lost 9 in a
And then
row.
it all went to hell. Yeah. And she was like, yep, had to table that joint.
But that goes to show, like, they don't even have to be world beaters. If they were 8, 9 contending for that 8 spot or something like that, and somebody was balling out, I think they'd get recognition. I don't think they'd make it, but they did get a little buzz for sure. You hover around 500, they get a buzz.
Saw a good one here in the chat. Would you bet Monty as executive of the year? So let's look at this real quick. 30 wins for the Kings last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 30 and 52. So let's take a quick look at Memphis here real quick. Memphis was 56 and 26 last year. The year prior, they were 38 and 34. So an 18 game improvement helped Zach Klayman win executive of the year.
Mm-hmm.
The year before, it was James Jones. We saw the phenomenal improvement from the Phoenix Suns that year.
Yeah.
30 wins, 48. Would 48 net Monty a shot at executive of the year?
Absolutely. 48 will put them probably around top 4.
Might be a little high. Yeah. Well, that was so the
Maybe
year
4,
before
5 or 6.
No, it's in the vicinity. It wouldn't have last year because last year you had Denver at the 6th seed at 48 and 34. Okay. The year before you had the Clippers at the 4 spot with 48 wins, 47, 48 wins, somewhere around there. So it kind of depends.
Was also, but to be fair, that was
a
also
short year. That's a good call.
So
yeah,
that's
a short year.
Of like 50.
Yeah, so that's probably 40. I feel like 48, like, oh, it's an 18 game improvement, but there's something different about the number 50. It's only 2 games more.
Yeah, but if he gets to 48 and say they get the 6th spot and there is no play-in, they're just in the playoffs.
Sure,
that matters.
Absolutely.
Like that's going to add to the fact that he could he absolutely will be in the running for executive of the year. But, he can actually bring it home if they were able to do that.
I mean, at that point, too, we got to be talking about Mike Brown, don't we?
Oh, for sure.
If we're talking numbers like that, if there's a situation where Monty McNair has a legitimate chance to be executive of the year because the team improved as much as they are and we're all taking that stuff Aaron Rodgers has been taking the last couple of years here in this conversation. I meant to look that drug up, by the way, because it
was bizarre.
Yeah, we'll get to that later. That's got to be a nod for Mike Brown too.
Absolutely. So, I mean, there's so many things that would open up awards wise for everybody. You're talking about an all-star. You're talking about executive of the year. You're talking about possible coach of the year candidate. I'm sure there'd be some most improved buzz for Davion or I don't know, rookie of the year, all that stuff. So
I needed to look this up because it was bothering me. I thought about it all morning, but I was at our new studio and didn't have the opportunity to look this up, and it just
is anybody in our studio yet? Like in our room or
the studio? No one's there yet. From what I was told today, there were actually not a lot of people at the building, despite the fact I feel like there should be. The first station moves. The plan right now, the first station moves Monday, and that's the end, and we're last. So what we were told is one station per week. And then I'm pretty sure Jesse, no matter what, has to be in the last week of August because he can't be in the building he's in. So he has to be in that new studio. So my guess is leading into that first Thursday and that first weekend, that week 1 of the NFL season, that's when I think we'll be at the new studio. Think that is, I've thought a lot of things over the last few weeks that I have proved to be wrong on. So I think we'll be in the new studio before kickoff on that Thursday.
That if that works out, that'll be pretty cool.
The downside to being so self-efficient, like D-Lo and KCR, is you're really self-efficient and no one thinks about you. They don't. Like we are absolutely the forgotten child of the company.
That's why we're gonna run around those offices like the clique.
I told them today, oh, we can't wait for you guys to be here. I was like, you say that now. I'm going to tell you something. Y'all are going to know we are here. You're going to know when we arrive. You're going to know when we leave. You're going to know we're here. Everything, and I hyped this up big. Everything will change when we walk in the door. I said on the air last week, you might throw us out after a week and tell us to go back home.
And then eventually we're going to be walking into the building like that clip of Shawn Michaels walking down the aisle and somebody throws a beer on him and then he just slings his hair.
I'm like, no, man, we walking in like league fits. We want a photographer waiting for us when we walk in the door so we can do our hashtag studio fits as we walk into this new entranceway that we've created.
We need that. We deserve that.
We do deserve it.
Affid, we deserve this.
That's big facts. That's Nemanja Bjelica's greatest creation.
Absolutely.
No, what I saw the Aaron Rodgers story, and I was like, where do I know that drug? Like, why do I even know what that is? Did a quick search to confirm. Will Smith talks about using this drug at the end of his book, and it's by far the strangest part of the entire book. It was like the first time in the book where I was like, yo, what are you talking about? Like, what happened to you? Like, where's parents just don't understand. Yeah. And he lays out this like thing I think he calls them like sessions that he does. And it's apparently this like super intense mind trip. And then, so when I saw that alert from Aaron Rodgers, I was like, yo, is that the same drug? It sure enough is.
Wow.
I have some thoughts on Will Smith too. I love Will Smith, but buddy, we'll get there. No postseason awards for Will Smith.
What did Maya and Silk the Shocker say?
I don't remember. That's what they said.
A classic. Moving on.
Fam, you really use the word classic loosely.
No, moving on. Maya and Silk the Shocker is a classic.
Most things involving Silk the Shocker is not classic.
I know. He's the worst rapper of all time.
Certainly up there.
He is the worst rapper of all time. But that was the one. That was the one positive he had.
Vague recollections of that.
I'm a no-limit soldier. Gonna keep it rowdy. You know, ones like say, and bad about it.
I remember that. Okay. Yeah, it was all right.
Anything with Maya was a classic at that time.
No, you gotta.
It's all about you. Moving on. Come on, man.
How do you define class? You like just named like
I was there. I was outside, inside, watching MTV Jams with Dallas and Bill Bellamy, and that was like number 3 or top 3 for at least a month straight. What you talking about? Every day.
So I guess this Maya argument is once a year. So that's fine, because you're like glossing over of Case of the X is so gross to me.
No, I mean,
it's so gross. It really makes me not like you. No, you downplayed it so much.
It's not a great song, but they played it a lot.
It's literally okay.
There's a difference. There is a difference.
It's her best record.
Now you've jumped off the deep end.
So, okay. So Mike Brown, coach of the year, huh, guys? Right? Right? Mike Brown, coach of the year.
Now, we're going to revisit this for sure. But back to the Kings. One thing I do want to say is our guy, Rory. That's our guy, Rory. I don't even mean that as shade. Our guy, Rory. He points out all the time, like when we talk about the Kings improving And I think we said 41 wins and stuff like that. And they're like, yo, 11 games, that's asking a lot. Like it's probably asking too much. This team isn't ready to be 11 games better. And I understand that thought, that school of thought. I understand it, but
he might be right.
He might be right for sure. But I think we say it as if it hasn't happened. You know, to 10, I'm not talking about, oh, Brooklyn signs KD and Kyrie and now they're 25 games better or anything. Like, I feel like it happens maybe once a year to random teams. Sometimes maybe you get two. Like the last couple of years, right? And this is a little, like when you talk about the win totals, obviously it's a little skewed because there was a 72 game season and 82 game season. Mm-hmm. But just last year, I feel like Cleveland, Minnesota, and Chicago all did that. They all improved their win total greatly. Chicago, for instance, had 46 wins this past season. The year before, I think they had 31. Minnesota.
Well, even Memphis, they didn't go from like not in the playoffs to in the playoffs.
Right,
that was
right.
What I just said. I literally just said it. I think it was plus 18.
38 to 56 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
plus 18.
Yeah, but even then, if people want to make the argument, they were already good. Like, so that doesn't count. Like, fine. Cleveland had 22 wins the year before. 44 last year. Yeah. 22 games better.
Cleveland Cavaliers.
And those are your boys. And that roster more resembles what you get with the Kings right now. Like Darius Garland, he made the All-Star team.
Okay.
He's a ball player, but
okay.
I mean, they didn't go get a Hall of Famer.
So let me ask you this then. And I agree with that sentiment, but let me ask you this. Do you think Cleveland does that again? Like, is Cleveland closer
from 44 to 58? No.
No. I'm sorry. Do you think Cleveland wins 44 games this year?
In the vicinity. Okay. Maybe a few less, a few more, whatever, but in the vicinity.
Okay.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, I think the Hawks went to the Eastern Conference Finals 2 years ago. I think the year before that they won 19 games. I saw. Obviously, there was interruption in the season as well, so they probably would have won 23. I'll give them that. So 23 games to the Eastern Conference Finals the following season. So it can be done, and I understand the trepidation of looking at this team as the Sacramento Kings. I completely get it. But I'm trying to just look at it as a basketball team. And they got some good ball players. And I think they have a good enough roster, a talented enough roster, a roster that makes sense, and a stable coach to make a 10, 11 game improvement. I think I said 8 to 11 yesterday. Be 8 to 11 games better. I think that's more than in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, again, it also ties into the fact we think they grossly underachieved last year. Mm-hmm. And you enter the season you enter the season with the right mindset. Like we talked a little bit about this yesterday. Again, you can go home or cap away, but I feel like I'm speaking from a neutral perspective here, there's a little bit of a vibe around the 49ers right now. Not revenge tour, not all of that stupid stuff. Like they feel like I feel like they're locked in. I feel like they know that they have to get better in certain roles. I feel like they know that they have to rally around Trey Lance. I feel like they have a full understanding of what this season is and what they need to do. That's what we need to see from the Kings.
Absolutely.
And I'm not talking about game one of the regular season. That's what we need to see the Kings when we check in with James Ham or Matt George or Deuce Mo on the first day of training camp. Mm-hmm. That's what we need to hear. That's what we need to know is that they're and I want to fight the second day of practice. 49ers have set the bar. 49ers got into 2 fights the second day of practice. I'm expecting some skirmishes at the Golden One Center on the second day of practice. Hell, make it the second practice on the first day. You know they run 2-a-days for the first couple of days. Get testy.
Get irritated. Who's the Kings Brandon Ayuk? Who should people be? Is it De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah.
Isn't that De'Aaron? Like, yo,
it is.
We need you to reach your potential.
And it's Dellavedova, so I expect you to be great. I expect you to be great. I'm going to annoy the hell out of you. I expect you to be great.
Yeah, Davion would do that too. Davion would play the Fred Warner.
So that was my thought, but someone younger than De'Aaron going to do that to him? Hey, I feel like Delly could at least.
Right, Davion will be trying to take the spot.
That's right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you come at him. Hey, don't be ready. Go ahead. Don't be ready because I'll take a job from you. Pablo, hang tight, man. We'll talk to you in just a heartbeat. If you want to get in on these phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. We'll have some more fun talking about the Kings. We'll talk about a few other things as well, including our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar. I can tell you right now that's not going to a Giant. So maybe ever again. Steelo and KC here on ESPN 1320. That's because we ain't talking about nothing.
Here's the funny thing. Shout out to Black Lives Matter. Here's the funny thing. He's been talking about how like the Cavs, like the Kings can't be the Cavs because Garland's way better than him, and they play defense and all this other stuff. And then he finishes it by saying, if there's a team the Kings can model after in style, it will be the Bulls because they literally couldn't beat good teams and made the playoffs. And he was like big up in the Cavs the whole time. The Cavs didn't make the playoffs. Why are the Cavs like so much better? And it's like, nah, you can't be the Cavs. You can't be the Cavs. If you want to be somebody, try to be the Bulls because they couldn't beat nobody. The Bulls made the playoffs and the Cavs didn't. Make it make sense. Black Lives Matter. Explain. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. Make it make sense. That is the team.
I hope not, because I don't like that team.
That's the team, though. That's like that team, where they. Dude. That's
Jesse said the Hawks, by the way.
Yeah, that's the team that they could be. And I think the style of play is closer to the Hawks than it is the Bulls or the Cavs. The Hawks would. Huh?
Good call.
Good call. Good call. And I would take any team that made the playoffs. I don't care. I don't care. As my man Jimmy Choo once said, I just want to go to Branson.
Let's see. Pragmatic. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I am. I'm at the point where I'm just assuming Harrison is here for the year. That's my thought.
Yeah.
Let's grab a new nickname there, JG. Let's do away with some of those.
What did JG say?
He had a Tech 9 reference. Davion, Tech 9, and Malik Monk.
I don't know why Tech 9. They talking about Herder, right?
What was
his name is Kayvon. That's his name.
What was K9? Someone tried to give him K9's name. It was like, hey,
Kenny Thomas. He said, nah. Hey, it was Brendan Nunez. Yeah, he did.
That's my next restaurant. What are we doing? It's my next restaurant.
He wasn't having it. But the man's name is Kayvon. So I don't know why we even spending time thinking about a nickname for him. It's Kayvon.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Yeah, I think so too.
Black Lives Matter. I'm trying to give you an opportunity. Are you trying to tell me the Cavs are better than the Bulls? Because you keep making this comparison, talking about top 5, this and the other. Are you telling me? I don't care if the Bulls went 1-95 against good teams. Are you telling me the Cavs, who did not make the playoffs, were better than the Bulls, who were like the 5th seed? What are we talking about? Black Lives Matter. And I like the Cavs. The Cavs are fine. I don't care. Robbie, what are you talking about? All right. Jesse said, are the Cavs better than a healthy Bulls team?
We've hit the weird stage of the offseason now where we just throw like actual.
What are we talking about, man?
It's going to be a weird day. It's just, as Jesse would say, there's weird vibes. There's just weird vibes. We're arguing about like there's an argument in the chat about the Cavs being better than the Bulls, and there is absolutely nothing that supports that. And I like the Cavs a lot and was terribly, terribly disappointed. Robbie says, Cavs were a 3-4 seed all year until they got hurt. Fam, the Cavs were a 1 seed. They declined to the 3-4. Okay, yeah, they got hurt. You know who else got hurt?
The Bulls.
Chicago. What are we doing?
Seed
are we that far away from the season that we actually forgot how it played out? Is this where the amnesia portion of the season hits us and we forget exactly what happened?
The Bulls were the 5th seed in the East at the end of the season. The Cavs did not make the playoffs.
I told you. Watch more games, bro. Watch more games, Kenny.
If that's the case, I was just saying, that's the case, then the Kings were better than the Clippers this year. They didn't make the playoffs. It don't matter.
I mean, the Kings were great before they stunk.
At that first, what they were 5-6 at one point.
They were 1-0. Bet y'all forgot that, huh? They were undefeated this year. 1-0. Did your team start at 1-0? That's how good the Kings were. And then they just weren't. But don't forget that one game where they were 1-0.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night brought to you by our people over at ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Even James Ham has called ACR Solar and Roofing. James Ham will literally fix his own roof. He's like, no, I can't create my own solar panels. I can't do that. So I'm going to call ACR Solar and Roofing to have them come out here and look at Amsterdam and see if we can get this set up with solar panels. Or maybe you just need a new roof. Sometimes your energy bills go up because your roof is bad. Find out. Don't leave it up to chance. 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. You want to take over? This is your ceiling of the roof performance of the night, as a matter of fact. Because now Kenny Caraway is a soccer aficionado.
I am, man. I am. I'm down with the football, you know? And when we talk about the ceiling is the roof performance of the night.
Yeah, man.
Brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. We got to talk about my guys.
Your guys.
My
Soccer
boys.
aficionado. Yep.
Sac Republic doing it again. Last night, smashing New Mexico United 2-1. I told you they was going to smash them boys.
I don't know why you have to do that every time. It was weird the first time, and now that it's a bit, it just gets weirder when you talk about that. Like, and you know what it does. You know you're talking to the sophomore class here. Like, what's happening now?
Hey, man, they won 2-1 over New Mexico, and this is like pretty impressive. This really is impressive.
No, it is.
In the last 7 days, they've gone 3-0. With obviously last Wednesday, they won the Classic, the all-timer, in the U.S. Open Cup semifinal in PKs. But then 3 days later, they went to Columbus, won there, and then a couple days later after that, which was yesterday, they had to go to New Mexico on the road, won all 3 games. They're doing their thing in the USL standings. Now they're moving up and up and up. And what a 7-day stretch for the Sacramento Republic. So Connor, all my people over there, y'all doing your thing, man. Y'all doing your thing.
Our Sacramento Republic is your ceiling of is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200. The Republic are a vibe right now, man. It's fun to watch them succeed after being frustrated by the Kings for so many years. I know there are Giants fans that are frustrated. The Giants may never beat the Dodgers again. They beat them 3 times in a row. What, like a month and some change ago, and have lost the last 7. There's another one today.
What I say earlier, and Kershaw's on the mound today. We always know how that goes. When I don't care if Kershaw's 95 years old, we always know how that goes when he goes against the Giants. But what I say at the beginning of the series, I said, man, I just want this to be over. I just hope we get a game. We might not. And in the last 2 days, man.
Yeah.
In the last 2 days.
Yeah.
The Giants, I think on Tuesday, it was a 1-run game. It was 6-5. Yesterday, I think it was still 3-0. And in each instance, the Giants had the bases loaded with no outs. How many runs do you think they scored combined over those 2 scenarios?
3, 4,
No.
2,
No.
1.
None. 2 instances, bases loaded, nobody out. Couldn't get a run home. And then last night in the 9th inning against Kimbrel, they had bases loaded with 1 out, down 3-0, and nothing came of it. Matter of fact, the one time yesterday that they had bases loaded with nobody out, the guy strikes out, 3 pitches, good morning, good afternoon, good night. And then the next guy pops out to short center field. Luis Gonzalez, who I like, gets doubled off a second, inning over. I mean, the Giants are playing with 4A players out there, some fringe major league guys, and the Dodgers are playing with all stars, man. They're built differently right now. And Farhan and the Giants brass, they're not doing much of anything to keep up.
And as if you could make matters worse, Juan Soto debuted with the Padres last night.
Oh, and it was glorious. I mean, standing ovation, people go crazy. He looks fresh in that Padres uniform. It's just they win 9-1.
Yeah.
It's all good everywhere but in San Francisco. Look, man.
Sorry,
look. It shouldn't be this way. We're talking about the San Francisco Giants, man. We're not talking about some poor, desolate franchise. We're talking about one of the elite franchises in U.S. sports. No, they just bargain basement shopping routinely.
Yeah, it could be a rough go here for the Giants moving forward. They've got an offseason ahead of them where they're going to have to do some work because I don't know how they're going to stay in this wild card hunt with the Padres and the Dodgers regularly on their schedule.
And then, like I said, though, all right, it's almost like the NBA now. Just get in the dance. The days of celebrating a division championship, I mean, that's long gone. That's like the Warriors celebrating a division championship. Like, what does it matter? Who cares? You know what I mean? Just get in. But they're not even being able to compete to do that. It's terrible.
It's not good. But
Boise, once again, listening is just as fundamental as reading. Nobody said the Giants are a top 10 franchise in North American sports. As he comes in and says, Giants ain't top 10 franchise in North American sports.
Like you've got to learn better than to put, rookies onto the screen. You can't react to rookies like that. Who the hell did you just put on the screen?
Boise, he a 4A player like the people playing for the Giants.
Who who's that? Like the All-Stars going, Miss P, Bryce, Ramsey, they go on the screen.
You're
Pragmatic pessimist. Who's Boise? Like,
You're
hey,
right.
you gotta earn your place on the screen here, Brody. You gotta earn your place here on the screen. There are a variety of NBA rumors that are out there. The biggest thing today is if LeBron James is going to sign a contract extension or not. That eliminates a lot of conversation this offseason. If he does, I was looking into some notes on the Lakers salary cap, because I know Russell Westbrook is the devil of that organization. He's the reason everything is wrong, and everybody thinks when Russell Westbrook is gone, it'll be all better. Part of the reason I think they're so desperate to trade Russell Westbrook is because they want to attach THT to this, and if they don't have, like, just because Russell Westbrook's $47 million is gone next year, it doesn't mean they have $47 million to spend. They're over the cap. Right. They've got to get rid of Taylor Horton Tucker's contract. And they know the best time to do that is right now. They're probably far more desperate to move Taylor Horton Tucker than they are Russell Westbrook. Wow. Because if they know when they get into the offseason, no matter what they do right now with Russell Westbrook, his contract is gone next year. They know that for sure. If they can't move on from Taylor Horton Tucker, like if Kyrie stays in Brooklyn, which I think a lot of us are believing is going to be the case, if he stays in Brooklyn, does anyone think he's going to sign with Los Angeles for less than the max? They're not going to have max money left to sign him just because Russ's contract is gone. They have the Lakers have far more cleaning up to do than some of these articles want you to believe. It doesn't solely hinge on what they do with Russ.
Yeah, they've got some issues, and it feels like they're out of options, right? Like you got the THT thing, and you're gonna have to like kind of give these guys away, but you can't even really give. Like you can't give Russ away because you got to have some contract coming back. So much like last year at the trade deadline and everything they were trying to do. You can't give
Russ away. Well, you can't give Russ away. It's because people want draft picks attached to that. No one wants to take Russell Westbrook.
And they ain't got no draft picks. That's the other part of it.
And there's that.
They talking about, no, we don't want to give up our 2028 first rounder. That's all they got.
Why is Amon Shumpert at the Dallas-Fort Worth airport with weed? Bro, why at the airport, man? Shump, what are you doing?
There's no way. There's no way I could defend my man Shump on that decision.
A sizable amount of marijuana in his backpack.
Jeez.
Buddy, you're in Texas. What are you doing? 916-349-1320. Let's talk to our brother Pablo. Pablo, good to hear from you, my man.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you feeling?
Good, man. What's going on with you, Pablo?
Oh, man, just calling. It's been a minute, but, I really called in for some serious talk. I love your show, and what I was going to say, it's kind of just trying to get my thoughts together. I've been a hole for a minute. But first of all, I follow you guys everywhere, and I see the shows. The one thing I commend you on is that you're the same dudes on every show. I mean, you put on your analyst hat or evaluator hat or what have you, but you're still the same guy.
I appreciate
that. Shout out to Mark Spears. He was that way, too. He's a stand-up guy with the Kings. He'd come on your show, talk about the Kings, and then he'd go public with it, too. Keegan Murray's Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Kings making the playoffs, So I appreciate that. But at the same time, Trista Crick, man, I was infatuated with that chick, man. She was so funny, so smart, and everything. So I said, I'm gonna go follow her on what's her thing? Heat Check.
Yep, that's it. Heat Check podcast.
She's trashing the Kings. She said the roster is gross. She said she cut into Malik Monk. Said he's stupid for covering the Kings, and she didn't cut into you guys. She didn't call you up by name, but she said the radio guys. And she made you guys sound so thirsty, like just so thirsty to get in the playoffs. It's like someone who just want to get laid. What she looks like, any love involved. I said, man, that's your friends. I'm like, so I just thought I'd, just put that out there. You could go on it yourself.
No, we've been on the Heat Check podcast, and no, Pablo, we are thirsty.
It's the levels of it. There ain't no lies.
Oh,
She ain't tell a lie there.
What you want from us? We are very thirsty. We are a thirst trap of a fan base desperate to make the playoffs.
Absolutely.
We're shirtless and oiled up talking about felt cute. What you want from us? Yes, we are thirsty.
There is no shame in this game. No. Ain't worry about that. What Shannon Sharp said that one time, ain't no problem. That ain't no problem.
Not here. Ain't no problem here.
So yeah, Trista, that's our people. And the thing about it, I would say, or I don't have a problem, is tomorrow Trista will be on. We'll ask her about it. She'll say the same stuff she said on the Heat Check to us. She won't switch up. After she talks about D'Lo's shirt, then she'll get right into that.
Oh, that's why I wore this today. I'm wearing this tomorrow. I picked out a nice, sensible T-shirt to wear tomorrow. I ain't wearing nothing with no buttons around that girl no more. She going on Twitter, unzipping her jacket in front of the world, talking about chest out Saturdays,
ma'am.
Chest, ma'am. We're gonna need you to zip up your hoodie, please. We don't do that. Talking about this is my Kith. What you mean? This is my Kith shirt. Like, all right.
Yeah, that was a Miss P like stunt.
Hey,
she's like, that was Kith.
Not everybody rolls like that, man. Sometimes I dream that she is me. You're listening to D-Lo.
Miss P-ish.
Very much so. They probably roll in the same circles. I mean, they out in DC together, aren't they? Trista's in DC.
Yeah, she in DC or she in New York?
No, I think she's in DC.
Oh, okay.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KI. I think she frequents New York. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app.
What was Amon doing?
I don't know, man, but that
oh man,
we gotta be better than that.
Yeah, that's not.
We gotta be better than that.
Can't
man.
do that, bro.
We got all this stuff going on with Brittney Griner and Amon Shumpert walking around with backpack full of weed in Texas.
Come on, man.
I'm not sure that state laws apply to airports, which are federally controlled. Don't bring your weed to the airport.
Bro, I don't even want to bring an outside water bottle to the airport, let alone anything else. I don't want to do nothing but just get through with my luggage and get on the plane and get where I'm going. Not transporting anything but shoes.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
That is it.
That's it. And
that's all.
My pattern hair product.
my hair product too.
Yeah, you gotta bring yours through the straight edge. I know everyone saw today Brittney Griner's 9-year sentence in Russia.
Jeez, man.
I know, like I tweeted this. I hope people understood it. I know it was jarring to like see that and hear that. That was always going to be the outcome. Like she knew it, her team knew it. She was never going to come home because Russia just said, "Oh yeah, time served." They were that was never going to be the case. They always knew that this was going to happen. It doesn't mean that it's fair. It doesn't mean that it's right. It doesn't even mean that it's actually the law there in Russia. It means this is what they've chosen to do, and this is how they're going to negotiate with the United States. And her legal team was aware of that. It's essentially been out of her legal team's hands for months now. This is now on the government of the United States to get her and others home.
Yeah, it's so. I agree with you. I it's expected. We kind of saw this coming. I know they saw this coming. They knew what it was. It's still just extremely sad, to me, to see Brittney stuck, stuck. And when you think about how it happened, she was trying to get out You know, there was other things going on out there. She was trying to get out, trying to just get home. And for all of it to end up this way, it's just sad, man. It really is.
Yeah, there's a lot more we could say on the subject and just won't, because we all know why. You don't have to go much further than social media to see what's out there. So let's just let's leave that, man. Continue to pray for the best for Brittney Griner and her family. I really hope that she isn't, because the fact is, I really looked at that is, like, you look at the 9-year sentence and go, that's jarring. She ain't here. If they don't want to let her go, they won't. Like, that 9-year sentence could very well just be life. They could just keep her there because they've made the decision to just keep her there.
Yeah. Well,
916-349-1320. Our brother Herbert's on the phone. Always good to talk to our man. Herbert, what's happening, bro?
Hey, what's up, D? What's up, KC?
what up, Herbert? How you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm good, man. As I puff on a little something.
Well, okay.
Weed is, y'all sound like my girl, man. Weed is legal.
No, God damn, Herbert. No. What are you doing? It's legal in states, bro. That's not how the airport works.
Yeah, you can't transport that.
Herbert, Herbert, listen to me, bro. Do not, whatever you're doing right now, don't go to the airport.
Hey, I went to Vegas to see Anita Baker, right? And I looked it up to see.
Hey, Herbert.
It's up to their discretion.
Herbert. You seem like a good brother. Don't say nothing else. How about that? Don't say nothing. I don't want nothing happening to Herbert.
Matter of fact, Herbert, we're going to help you out. Thanks for calling, Herbert.
Don't say nothing.
Oh,
Herbert,
Jesse,
don't say nothing.
Jesse, Herbert, Jesse's saving you right now. Let's just. Herbert out here self-snitching. Like, cool. Hey, how was the Anita Baker concert? She do Body and Soul? That's my jam. Yeah? Giving you the best that I got? Was Michael Jordan there?
Herbert, my guy. I like Herbert. I want to continue to see him at Kings games. Don't say a word.
Just wait for that news conference. Yeah, we heard this dude talking on the radio, so we just went and swooped him up and said, "Hey, where were you on this day?"
Oh man.
Please don't take weed to the airport because it's legal in California. Don't. It's not how it works.
And you know what? I don't partake. That's not my bag. It's never been my bag. But man, it shouldn't be that serious.
It
like,
really
if I'm traveling, like,
it really should.
There's other things I could do where I'm going. And if it's legal or whatever, I'll find a way to get it if it's that serious. But if you tell me, I'm going somewhere and they don't have none, it should be good. Like, cool. I'll just still have a good time. I shouldn't have to. I should not have to risk my freedom.
Yeah.
Packing it in my bag.
If you have to risk your freedom for weed, you might need help. It might go beyond. If you're just like, no, I'm gonna take my chance, you should talk to somebody. Aldrin J does have a good point though. An Anita Baker concert high sounds like a vibe.
Anita Baker concert in general is a vibe.
It's facts. Have you been to an Anita Baker concert?
No, Jazz loves Anita Baker though. Loves Anita Baker. Oh, hey, check this out. I can get a phone call from a telemarketer. Jesse, are you calling me right now?
Oh, spam risk. Spam risk. It's ESPN 1320 calling. Spam risk. Hey, so that's just a quick note for y'all. If you ever get a spam alert, could be us. If you ever get a call that says spam risk, pick it up. Could be D'Lo and KC.
Could be us.
Who knows? Who knows?
Herbert a wild boy.
Herbert was about to tell all his secrets. We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA. Did this meeting with Kevin Durant and Joe Tsai happen? Did that happen? Does anyone know?
Maybe not.
All right. We've got Wu-Tang and Nas tickets
You heard correct.
coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour as well. Wu-Tang Clan and Nas at the Toyota Amphitheater in October. We've already decided we're all going. We're going to throw some tickets your way. Again, that's coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. Deuce and Mo coming up in 30 minutes. We'll talk more NBA as D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320.
I think this was I haven't seen the movie, but somebody used to use this as a drop. When Half Baked, when Chappelle was like, "Look, I love weed."
No, it's Half Baked, yeah.
He said it the way Chappelle can only say things. It's like, "Look, I love weed." Oh man.
Josh asking when the spam risk merch is coming out.
That's a good call. That's a good call. Oh, here it is. Jesse, you dialed the wrong number again. Spam.
Boy,
risk.
they on you they on you.
It does say spam.
That's a good call.
Crazy.
Hit the thumbs up for our brother Herbert, man. Hit the thumbs up for Herbert.
This is nuts. Why are we spam risk?
I forgot. Oh my God. I forgot to
man.
in the midst of all that went on this morning, I did forget to tell the people in charge, we're labeled as, we're a spam risk when we call out. Like we're calling a guest, they have to pick up a call that says spam
Bruh.
risk.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I love that Pablo brought up Mark Spears when he used to appear on the show.
Hey, so did you know? So this past weekend, there was a birthday party for Coach JT, his twin sister Tish. Big ups to them. Happy birthday. You know who was in the building? Chris Haynes.
Any KC Chris Haynes interactions?
No, I think he left before I got there.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of maybe what happened.
Not really, man. We haven't fully set it up. We had a policy of not taking your money. We've changed our mind. It turns out we need it far more than we realize. So we're gonna set members up, and we're gonna start doing like members only, like chats and stuff like that. Like we're gonna set that up because again, it turns out we needed your money far more than we realized.
Yeah, help me, please.
We are a radio show. We are a radio show. It turns in fact though we do operate exactly like a podcast. We're just a podcast on a massively distributed level.
Yeah. I'm about to say something else too. Oh, did you know that our guy Eddie Gonzalez is now a super follow guy? Like, I think all his tweets, which I've seen tweets from him lately, but I don't know what's going on. They've been scrubbed, and you need to super follow to follow.
And you have to pay for that?
I think so.
There's one thing I won't pay for. I'm not paying to follow people on Twitter.
Can't do it.
That's not a thing.
Can't do it. Can't do it. Did you see my somewhat controversial tweet last night? This is real life. When I said,
was it the
"Are you for real?
Chipotle?
Wow, this nobody just took Kershaw deep." I don't mean to say it that way. Maybe he's a rookie. I've never heard of him.
You said it some type of way. Jesus.
Went Oppo Taco on him. Wow. Shout out to my new favorite player, JD Davis. So I tweeted out. Okay, sure.
It's a super weird day, man. Jesse's right. Just a super weird day. Deuce and Mo, they haven't canceled, so that's good. They'll be with us in 30 minutes. You said you created some controversy.
Yeah, just a little bit. Nothing too. Wow, nothing too crazy.
You want? Oh yeah. I was like, why don't you tell us what you're saying? Oh, we're not supposed to do that. We're not supposed to tell you that the Giants just hit a home run off Clayton Kershaw. You should have heard how disrespectful Kenny was too. Nobody just got a hit off Clayton Kershaw.
And you know what? I realized who it was, and it is Sacramento native, the guy that came from the Mets. He's our guy. Shout out JD Davis.
Shameful.
But I didn't realize it was him until he started rounding the bases.
Okay.
Because I just saw somebody hit. I didn't know who was up. And then he started rounding the bases. It's like, oh, that must be JD Davis.
Gonna need 3 I love Sacramentos before the day's over, buddy.
I got you. I love Sacramento. And I love JD Davis.
Apparently. Yeah, apparently.
So no, I said this may be completely out of Damien's wheelhouse, and maybe this is something that Jesse can address. But we just got into a situation where, the family, we're trying to get something to eat, we're trying to figure something out. And we always come into this like conundrum where I like Chipotle.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else in the house likes Chipotle. They like Panda Express, and I don't like Panda Express. So we always at this stalemate. It's like, well, when then usually they win. They'd be like, go get Chipotle on your own time. Not when we're all trying to eat.
It's cold. Yeah, it's cold.
So
would you have Panda Express last night?
Yeah, I had Panda Express. I don't like Panda Express. Like, I'll eat it, but I've never been like, I'm hungry, let me go to Panda.
I don't think I've ever uttered the sentence, I'm going to go to Panda Express.
I'm not interested. Orange chicken is cool. Fried rice is cool. I like the teriyaki chicken. Like, it's cool. But like I said, if it's time to eat, Panda's like, I don't know. We get into the 20s before I think about Panda Express.
Wait, you get into the 20s, like, what do you mean? The number of restaurants you go through?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Chain restaurants, local restaurant, all that. Like, we going deep down the list. I might even do like a to go at a place that you sit down to eat at, non-drive-through, before I'd say Panda, which means I never go to Panda.
I had Chipotle a few months ago, and I distinctly remember it. I don't think I like this anymore. I think I'm done.
What did you get? Is it a bowl or a burrito?
No, it's a bowl. But they had the vegan sausage, and I didn't like what they did with it. I thought it was super dry. It was like tiny. It wasn't just grounded. It was like they put that joint in a Vitamix. Like, it was damn near flour consistency. Jeez. And it didn't do it for me. And I think it ended my relation. I think I walked out and never went back.
Wow. See, I'm on the flip side. I thought Chipotle I didn't like it at all, because I don't really like burritos. I'm not a big burrito guy. And, they do all the lettuce and tomato, all that, the guacamole. And I'm not into all that. But then I discovered the carne asada bowl. Some of the stuff, and I'm like, oh, this is fire. So I like that.
But I don't think the carne asada thing is year round, is it?
I think so. I mean, every time I go to ask for it, it's there.
Oh, well, you're KC though. Like, I mean, can a regular person get carne asada year round?
I think we all can. Hey, and shout out Sherlin, Baltimore. The Queen Bee and Reese run that house.
That's facts.
They do. All I do is wait for them to go to sleep, so then I can do what I want to do.
And that's why you stay up so late.
No lie.
No, I got you. No, I get it. I get it. If I was in your situation, I'd stay up too. I'm not, so I go to bed whenever the hell I want to. But there's probably reasons for that. So, like, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
It's around 10 o'clock. I'm like, dang, aren't y'all tired?
10. I'd be saying that at 7:30. Don't you need to lay down? You just said you had a long day. Go lay down.
Hey, I got a question for you. This is kind of off the beaten path, but I thought about this.
More off the beaten path than Chipotle versus Panda Express?
Well, Herbert as well. The last 15 minutes. Wild.
In a day.
Well, we talked about, and people saw it on the stream. You can go back. If you're listening on the radio and you want to see it, you can go back. You see the decision 2022 as I picked my Premier League soccer team. It was Tottenham, the Spurs. That's the team I'm rolling with.
Okay.
And I thought about it. So this is what happens. It's happened a couple of times where I'm like, oh, snap. Premier League, I like soccer. I'm going to tap in. I'm going to follow it because people say that's like that and Champions League are like the two best things to follow for soccer. And I'm like, yeah, I'm about to do this. And then the first week, second week, I'm in there. And then by the third week, college football starts. And I'm like, well, I'm watching college football. Like, when am I going to watch the soccer game? And I like watching like all the college football, right? So Saturday night, 7:30, San Diego State versus Fresno State. Let me tap in. Let me see what's going on. I love my West Coast college sports, right? Pac-12 and all this other stuff. And I thought about it and I said, is college football, at least on the West Coast, is it in real trouble with this USC, UCLA thing? Because part of college football for me is I like the Pac-12 because these are all schools close. You know, occasionally or all the time, you find guys from your local city, your local region that goes to Washington, goes to Oregon. Oh, he's from SAC. Let me see what he's doing. Or USC, all that other stuff. And I thought about it and I was like, first of all, I don't even know how many 7:30 games they're going to have for UCLA and USC with the Big Ten. Second of all, I don't care about UCLA versus Purdue. Like, I might watch it, but like
literally no one does.
There's no tradition there. Nobody. I don't want to see USC versus Minnesota. I don't care. So outside of your Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State games, like, is college football on the West Coast in real trouble?
Yeah, absolutely. It's in college football in general is probably on the verge of massive changes. Yeah, but college football in the state of California, college football along the West Coast, yeah, it's in huge trouble. And I think it's one thing when change happens over time. I think it's another when it's just kind of, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the investment is. And, you know, we talk about like people aren't going to care here about UCLA versus Purdue or USC versus Purdue. You know who ain't going to care about that? The Big Ten schools. Purdue ain't going to care about that game. Yeah. Nobody in that conference is going to care about. Nobody in that conference cares at all about USC or UCLA.
They might care about USC. They don't care about UCLA.
Most of college football, I don't think, cares about the Pac-12. So, like, I think there are big changes overall coming. I don't know who carries. I mean, you know, the measuring stick at Stanford's different than in other schools. And I don't think there's overwhelming pressure on David Shaw to win a national championship. I think his job is to get the right young men in there and to get them to get their degrees and go through school and do all of that. And you finish with a moderately respectable record, he'll be employed there forever. He doesn't. I don't think that's the expectation of a school like Stanford. So who carries the mantle for Pac-12?
I have no clue.
That's it.
I have no clue.
But the fact that you can't answer that is like,
I have no
what's
clue.
the point in tuning into this?
Maybe Oregon. Maybe.
The
Arizona schools, they can't get right.
It could be maybe this. It could be maybe that. Like the fact that it's maybe is a problem because you don't maybe the SEC.
No.
You don't maybe the Big Ten. You don't even have to maybe the ACC, and the ACC sucks.
I was thinking the same conference.
You don't have to do that. Nope, they've got their dogs there.
And if Ramsey is right, this ain't a good look. Utah.
Okay.
That's not gonna put butts in the seats.
Let me see what else is on.
Right.
Let me see what else is on.
That's when I'm gonna be watching my Premier League. When you try to tell me, oh, Utah's on. Oh, okay. Let me see what happens.
They need to just rip
Tottenham.
They need to just rip the Band-Aid off of college football and do whatever they're going to do. We all know it's coming. We all know some form of a massive, massive restructure is coming. Mm-hmm. Or these conferences are just going to essentially leave the NCAA.
Mm-hmm. And start their own thing, which you can
You're
make the
not
argument
needed.
they should have done.
Yeah, the NCAA, the NCAA is very, very literally in the realm, particularly of college football, the most useless organization on the planet. Mm-hmm. We all know it's going to happen. Just do it. Mm-hmm. Set it up. Whatever you're going to do it. Set it up, and let's see what college football looks like moving forward, because it's going to look very different in the next 5 years.
There's somebody that was thinking the same way that I'm thinking. The only thing that would like bring me back in is if this happened. Sac State to the Pac-12. Love to see it.
Well,
let's go.
Okay. I mean, I'm all for it. I think it could be a little rough, but I'm all for it.
I think Sac State could beat Cal. Sorry, Danny in San Francisco.
Sorry, Professor Jason Jones.
Sorry, Professor. Cal's, it's rough right now.
It is. Indeed it is.
Basketball's even worse. I think David Patrick is putting together something that Sacramento State basketball could beat Cal this year if they ever played.
We'll see.
Yeah, but go Tottenham.
There's just so, and what are we're like 3 weeks away?
Mm-hmm.
3 weeks away from the start.
I know we're close because I always try to watch soccer when it starts. Yeah, right. And I watch a week or two, and then college football starts.
And soccer starts this weekend, Friday.
Premier League starts tomorrow.
I tried a couple years ago.
For next week.
I tried a couple of years ago. Chris tried to. I couldn't. I couldn't do it. No, it's not that. It's just like it's not. There's just a lot happening. And then I couldn't get into it. Plus, I didn't pick a team to root for. I was just kind of like watching, and then it all kind of runs together at that point.
Yeah.
So it never worked for me.
Let's go Tottenham. To hell with Arsenal.
The emotional investment into the Sac Republic the other night was hard enough.
Stressful.
That was a lot. That was a lot to deal
Stressful.
with. Yeah.
The other thing,
I'm gonna need the Republic to start games at like 5 a.m. like the Premier League does. That's a little more in my wheelhouse.
The other thing about it is, don't get it twisted. This is just my Premier League team. My boys. That's PSG for life.
So I was gonna bring that up earlier, and I didn't because I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand. So PSG is something else.
They're in a different league. And Jesse, tell me if I'm wrong. PSG's league really doesn't matter. They're just like, they're always going to win that. Their big thing is the Champions League.
So there's the Premier League and the Champions League and but none of them are in the Premier League. Okay. See that you know what, that happened at the same time. I just got reminded. You didn't try. You would just ask me questions and then I would answer you and you would say, never mind. That actually is pretty accurate. I didn't because because of exactly what just happened. You ask a question, you don't understand the answer, and you just say never mind, and you move on to Kevin Durant. That's what.
Yeah. Chris tried to walk me through it this morning to help me find a team. And then I think he walked away when I said, look, who wears Nike?
That's something that would make him leave. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that.
And that's just much like a high school basketball recruit that was affected my top 3.
Rightfully
Nike
so.
schools.
That's okay. That's all right. That's you could potentially have that gear for life. Like you've got to factor those things. You got to factor those things in. I wonder if Kevin Durant got up and walked away from his meeting with Joe Tsai because they said this was going to happen. Maybe they're meeting on a Friday. Maybe they're meeting right now. They said there was a meeting that was going to happen this week between Kevin Durant and Joe Tsai. I firmly expected a text to go out and say, never mind. Like me with the Premier League. Never mind. No trade request. I'm good. We're rolling along here. Nothing to see.
I got to be honest with you, Damian. I don't think anybody in the NBA is working right now. Players, executives, I think they've all walked away from their computers. Like what's going on in the NBA right now? Nothing. KD probably looked at that and was like, I know I scheduled this meeting, but I'm not doing nothing right now. We'll try this again another time.
Let's just meet the first day of training camp when I'm required to be there. Let's just meet that day.
The NBA is on vacation.
But one guy's working, think he can sneak in because everybody else is on vacation. He can go get Donovan Mitchell, or he can go get Kevin Durant. And you know who that is? It's Monty McNair, soon to be executive of the year.
My guy, Monty McNair. That's what I call him.
Since when?
Since I met him.
Oh.
My boy, Monty McNair.
Monty McNair. Okay.
Yeah. Get Donovan for, and still keep Harrison. How about that?
I'm sorry. Run that back. I'm sorry. One more time.
Get Donovan Mitchell. Find a way to still keep Harrison and Davion.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
Catch them all while they're asleep.
That's legit. Like that's how an NBA trade works. Richaun Holmes for Davion Mitchell for Donovan Mitchell, who says no.
Hey, we talked about it earlier, and you said I think pragmatic pessimist was like, so Harrison Barnes is just going to be here the rest of the year, and you're like, yeah, I'm resigned to that fact. He's going to be here.
Well, I'm not. I don't mean. I feel like when you say resigned to the fact.
Season.
Yeah, I feel like when you say resigned to the fact, it's almost like, oh yeah, I'm begrudgingly accepting. I'm perfectly fine if Harrison is here.
Right? No.
This entire year, I'm perfectly fine if Harrison Barnes is here.
I feel the same way, and I also feel the same way you do about Richaun Holmes. He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think that he is.
He ain't going nowhere. Richaun Holmes is going to be here opening night.
And
let's get to work. I'm with that.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, let's get to work. I'm all right with that. I know the whole league is being hamstrung because of this Kevin Durant thing, and maybe even to a smaller degree, the Donovan Mitchell thing. But I mean, they talk about there's more moves to come. They're still working on some stuff. I don't know. When would that be happening? Like training camp? Like,
well, no, he still could. And I know we all remember that quote. I think he walked it back pretty quickly. He said, we're not done. We're continuing. I think he said, we're not done. There's still more to do. And then he we're always looking to get better. We're always trying to get better. I think that was his way of kind of walking back that remark. Like, it doesn't matter if it's now or if it's October or December or January. We're going to constantly be trying to get better. We're going to constantly try to make this roster better. That's how I took that. I know in the moment it was like, oh, there's more trades to come. Harrison's getting traded. Rashawn's getting traded. All of this stuff is going to happen. I think he tried to clean that up as quickly as he possibly could. I'm confident Monty McNair's, you think everybody's away from their computer, they're on vacation. That very well may be true. I don't think Monty McNair's phone's too far away.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's still keeping tabs on things that are happening around the league. When a deal, if another deal gets done, and again, I'm not of the belief one will. I'm not of the belief one has to either.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it'll be there when it's time. Like I just think, and that was probably a misstep on Monty's part. I think we just ran with that. There's more to be done, or we're still working line. We ran with that pretty hard.
Yeah, and
I mean, he said it, so it's fair. But
right.
I think he tried to clean it up.
If they went into the season with this roster, expectations and what I think this team is capable of doesn't change. I think the roster is good enough for them to get some work in this year.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the thing about Richaun is we've got to learn who Richaun is. Like I don't think we believe he was that player last year.
Mm-hmm.
that we saw last year. But he's not in a position to be the player he was the year before either. So not only do we need to learn who Richaun Holmes is, there's a very real possibility Richaun Holmes needs to learn who Richaun Holmes is. Mm-hmm. Only because his role is going to be very, very different. I believe it could be very, very important, and he can be very, very effective. But I'm not going to pretend like that type of switch in mindset is easy. That's tough.
Yeah, for sure.
That's tough. Sure. He had a different role at the beginning of last season. It wasn't going well, and they brought in a player at his position who's much better.
Mm-hmm. But here's the crazy thing about it. And I got love for Richaun. I'm glad to see him here. I know he wants the absolute most that he can get as far as like playing time and role and all this other stuff. And I think he's perfect for this role. I think he's perfect for this big man coming off the bench. High energy. He's a guy that can be effective to the point where I don't know how that would work out. I can never see him being in the game late in games and keeping Sabonis on the bench. But he could do so much with that second unit, keeping you above water or helping you exceed what you already done with the starters. Mm-hmm. I think it's a perfect role for him.
Sean Cunningham presented a scenario where Richaun and Sabonis are on the floor at the same time.
I heard him say that.
Yeah, it left a lot of us scratching our head, but he laid out why he thought it could work. It wasn't my favorite idea, but he's spoken on it a couple of times. I think one thing that we probably you mentioned this, but resigned to the fact Harrison's going to be here, so we're all just of the belief Richaun's going to be here too. It almost feels clear that Richaun Holmes is going to be here. When you go back to the Mike Brown introductory press conference, and look, what Sean shared, he didn't make up.
Right.
And he said as much. Hey, I'll share something with you that was shared with me. So there's clearly talk about Richaun and what his role is with this team. Mm-hmm. And if you're talking about a scenario, whether it comes to fruition or not, of Sabonis and Richaun playing together, you're not down on Richaun Holmes.
Right.
I think the Kings look at last year like, that wasn't Richaun. Between injuries, eye scratches, multiple eye scratches, and in real life, that it happens. He's not the only professional athlete that's ever happened to. It's not the only basketball player that's ever happened to. Like it's happened. It's going to happen again. But they look at that. They are, in my opinion, the Kings are of the belief that's not who he is.
Right.
He's the guy who we signed to this contract. He's the guy. Not only is he the guy we signed to that contract, he's the guy that earned that contract. Mm-hmm. He's the guy who outperformed that bargain deal we signed him to a couple of years ago.
And I agree with him. I think he is more that guy than what we saw last year.
I agree with him too, but we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I guess that's not true. We saw it for like 4 games when Dwayne Dedman was the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And, Luke was like, nope, that ain't it. Richaun's starting. And you saw the shit. Shoot, if that's even a possibility for him to play like that, it's depth at that position, and I'm good with it.
Yeah, I think he's great for that spot. I'm anxious to see what he could do.
We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk about a variety of things when Deuce and Mo, the Deuce and Mo podcast, and NBC Sports California join us next here on ESPN 1320. Herbert in the weed.
I can't imagine having a weirder moment than that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
That was an all-timer. That was up there with the guy calling from jail.
Yeah, the jail one. That was a good one. The jail bit was fun. Oh, man. Right on, Soren. I'm almost tempted to save this for the radio.
I watched the whole game. I seen the whole game. I was at home watching the game, and I said he was going to. Before the game even started, when I seen, I said he was probably going to score 70 tonight. I don't know what made me say that, and my friends was with me, and they was like, okay. So when he got to like 70, I was like, well, he might as well go for 80 now. So I mean, I'm a fan of the game. That performance was unbelievable.
That man ain't never heard a lie he didn't want to tell. like LeBron, you don't have anything to prove to us. We know.
What was the day? January 22nd, 2006. Let me see if LeBron had a game today.
I just looked at this. Y'all think Trump was bad? Wait till you get a load of this fucking dude, Dos Santos. Wait till that dude is running this country.
Oh man, don't get me started on that.
I didn't even see y'all was here.
We're so screwed. Hi, guys.
We're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
So bad. So. What's up, guys? I have no idea where this is going. So let's.
Oh, that's my favorite. That's
we just
my
here
favorite times.
We just here.
To do let's just have some fun.
It's August 4th. NBA's gone radio silent. It's whatever. We got guys confessing to weed smoking on the show today.
Wait, I was just about to say, should I go grab a gummy? Like, what are we doing?
Do it.
What time is it?
We
got she down.
I was mad I missed Deuce on Off the Record. I saw like the first, 20 minutes of it. Then I had to go to basketball practice. But it was good stuff already, man. I'm mad I missed that.
Yeah, it makes me laugh. Off the record. My mind's like, off the record, there's 60 people here. There's nothing's off the record here, okay? It was fun. It was fun talking to those guys. Is Brendan Nunez recovered from?
Oh my God!
Oh, I thought he was feeling himself at the end.
You already said this.
Tipsy.
He was cooking. Yeah, Brendan was cooking.
Damn.
Poor Brendan.
Brendan was a little, and you could tell James was cooking too, because when the 4-letter words go flying a little quicker, that's when you know he's getting.
Yeah, Ham was getting loose on that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Story time with Ham. Wow.
Oh boys.
Gonna have to put a clock on some of those off the record.
Man.
The marathon continues.
Yeah, dude. I was like, oh my God, how long have we been on? 3 hours? And he wore that damn fedora the whole time.
There was a certain point where I was like, all right, I love Deuce, but I got
I know, but I mean, yeah.
We're coming back at you.
That's a whole pay-per-view, bro.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, live on 1320 AM and 98.5 HD2 FM, wherever you are. We appreciate you for being with us. We appreciate Deuce Mo with the Deuce Mo podcast and NBC Sports California for being with us as well. We just gave a little note to these guys. I don't know where this conversation is going today. I really don't know what is left to say about the Sacramento Kings, though I did jot a few things down that I want to ask you guys about. And I'm because I've been called into the office 10 times this week. I missed Fran McCaffrey. So I got to get caught up on Fran McCaffrey here. But I want to start with, I told you I want to start with something different. And I wanted to talk to Morgan for a second, because I feel like there's a part of Morgan's life we really don't know much about. And every once in a while, KC will throw in, when I lived in Southern California. We all know how much Kenny loves Los Angeles.
Oh,
I do.
Okay,
I love
Lake Show.
Los Angeles. I don't love it as much as Sacramento, but I love it.
That's not how any of us feel, but it's fine. What we know very little about, though, is Morgan Reagan the LA years.
The LA years.
do you really want to know?
You hear that laugh? That was like, there's something deep there.
Oh, it was all deep, dark, and bad.
When did you move to LA?
So I think I want to say it was like 2009 or 10. And when I moved because, well, one, I had just gotten shoulder surgery and was quitting JC ball like my second year because my coach was an ass and I couldn't do an overhead pass anymore. Like my recovery was just going slow, and she was just horrible to me at the time. And it was like, what? So then when I quit, I was like, you know what? I need to go start my TV journey. So I went to LA, just like packed up and went, and didn't know who I was going to live with or what I was going to do. Met a ex-druggie in one of my TV hosting classes. And she was like, hey, I have a spot. You can come stay with me. I was like, great. So little did I know that she was in a very toxic, bad relationship. So being in that apartment was, but it was in Van Nuys. And I also didn't know that Van Nuys had hookers at every corner. And I just thought, it's like Van Nuys, there's palm trees, didn't know. So then Van Nuys, once I was there, I was like, I have no money. And I started working like 4 different jobs. I worked at Coach in the Sherman Oaks Mall. I worked at BB in the Sherman Oaks Mall, where I was told I wasn't sexy enough, which I don't care. And then I also worked at Bubba Gump's on the Santa Monica Pier. And I forget. And then the 4th job came when I started working for this woman named Marquis Costello, Abbott and Costello's granddaughter.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. She was something. And started working for her as like her assistant because I wanted to get my foot in the door because they represented all the E-News people and stuff. And so like E-News people would come in and be like, I just got a divorce. Someone give me their baby so the paparazzi can shoot me with the baby. And then they have to put out this question. It was so LA.
Oh my God.
So LA and scary. And there's even a story that would be like a James Ham off the record kind of conversation that I could give later. But anyway, so when I worked all these jobs, trying to work in TV, went to auditions, and a lot of auditions, you'd get callbacks of just like, you want to go on a date? And it was just like so demeaning and gross and awful. And I kept losing money. So that was my LA experience.
I don't know if Damien expected all that.
Do that way too fast. I've got more questions.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Can we rewind back to the BB experience for a second?
Yeah.
Which is a sentence I never thought that I would utter, but here we are. So was it a male or a female who told you? Okay, because I'm trying to envision a man at BB saying that you're not sexy enough to work there. A woman, I can almost. Y'all be hating on each other. Like, let's call it what it like. Y'all women really hate on each other a lot.
I mean, I was told by men too. In LA is like different people. They just feel obligated to tell you to lose 15 pounds and find your brand, and you're not sexy enough, and all these terrible things that really don't help with a young woman's self-confidence when she's trying to get into the business. So BB was, and here's the other thing, you guys, about BB, I think it was commission based. So like you'd get your hourly pay, which was like $8 at the time. And then commission, it was just on each sale you'd make. Well, the other saleswomen, because it was only women that worked there, they would all steal my sale at the cash register. Damn. All of them. Yeah.
Man, that shit.
No. Oh, Deuce.
My bad.
Yeah.
Dump.
Oh, no.
We're getting loose, I guess. I'm sorry.
No.
So like we're telling these stories like we're on a podcast. My bad.
So that's why I didn't say anything bad. But yeah.
Like
so
Rick Ross over here. My bad.
They would all
Hey,
steal.
Jesse's ready. It's fine.
Oh, thank you, Jesse. But yeah, coach was a little better experience because the men and women there were kind. They were kind, except I was just standing in there selling not purses, handbags. They were called handbags, everyone. I wasn't even like into this stuff, and was just trying my best.
Sherman Oaks Mall, popping though. Sherman Oaks Mall is popping.
Well, back then I would have to get walked out to my car every night. Like
Kenny's version of popping, probably not the same as I'm just gonna guess, but especially 21-year-old Morgan.
No, I wasn't 21 yet, so I was still in my and that was the other thing, because then when I worked at Bubba Gump's, everyone would take their money that they made all day, you guys, and go spend it on alcohol and party all night. And I remember thinking, like, how are any of these people ever going to catch up on their bills and all these things that they say they have no money for? Because that was the lifestyle.
Yeah, it's just what you do. Did you like anything about LA?
You know what? Whenever I do go back, there's this like sense of adrenaline or thrill or like something I do feel when I am there that I love. And I think it's the business side of things. It's if only I was in a different place when I was there and like knew how I needed to do things in TV or relationships or whatever to get to a certain place. I think that would have made my experience better. So whenever I am there, I do enjoy that aspect of it now because I'm only there for work now.
Yeah. It's a rat race down there. It's absolutely a rat race.
I don't feel like LA has like changed. There's been like an evolution or a change in, particularly because of the Me Too movement. A lot of that stuff, I think, in most walks of life have been, that's not how we do things.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true there. I think that stuff, like, I don't want to.
They put out the optics, though, Damien, right? They put it
right.
Yeah.
They want you to believe it's different, but I don't think that it is.
I couldn't speak on it because I don't really know. But what I do know, when I was there, it was so cutthroat and awful. And I remember even people in coffee shops, whenever I'd come in, order a coffee or something, they'd be like, "You're not from here, are you? You're Northern California, huh?" And I was like, "Why were you saying that?" And they're like, "Oh, because you're nice." I'm like, no one, just not a lot of good people.
Yeah,
there are some. Sorry.
The crazy thing about it, like when I was down there and like looking back, what you said about if I was just in a different mind space and I knew how to handle things differently back then, I probably, I would have had a different experience. Maybe is I was down there the whole time. I never once thought about media. I didn't get involved in the media, none of that stuff. Everything I was doing, I was like heavy into the basketball community. So I was like doing the training, the coaching, making those kind of connections and things of that nature. But looking back, I didn't do anything media related.
But how was the basketball community there? Because that's something I would have much rather had been a part of.
Yeah, it's A1. That's what these guys got. This is where the whole thing came from with me saying I love LA is because I said LA is absolutely the West Coast mecca of basketball. Like LA, they got it all. Because we were talking about the California Classic.
No,
the Bay Area.
The Kenny Loves LA thing came when you proclaimed.
Oh yeah, I came back from it. Yeah, I came back from it. It was a good time.
Came from.
It's always a good time. I like LA. I love it going down there. But we were talking about the California Classic, and we were talking about how just desolate it looked in San Francisco. And I was like, they don't love basketball. They love the Warriors. They don't love basketball in the Bay Area. And I said, if you had it in Sacramento, and then that's when I said, or Staples, it would go up. And they're like, nah, LA, they don't love. I was like, nah, they love basketball in LA. Like it's a basketball place.
You think it would work at Staples though? Honestly, like, do you think it would have that same vibe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
I think
they
work come out for basketball. What'd you say, Damon?
I think it'll work better in the Clippers' new spot.
Oh man, that place about to be crazy.
I think that's where the California Classic will be hot. Staples Center's in such a. I mean, I guess LA Live makes it better, but like if you're just out and around, okay, you don't want to be out and around by the Staples Center. Like if you're not at LA Live or the Staples Center, you should leave. There's not much in downtown Los Angeles for you to do. Like you should leave. That whole area where the Clippers one is going up is going to be dope.
Do you think people say that about like Sacramento, like Doco area? If they don't know much about Sacramento, they're like, hey, if you're not in that area, then you should just leave.
I don't know what they say about Sacramento.
Well, I mean, you had the Detroit reporter who kind of like clowned on right around the area.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I mean, if you are going to a Kings game and you're a reporter and you only venture out to Yard House, yeah, okay. Sure, but get into the city a little bit, walk around. It's not like it's a very walkable city. Walk around a little bit, get into it.
Well, I even took it a step further, Deuce, and I said, if you are an NBA reporter and you come to a Kings game on a Tuesday or Wednesday, yeah, like it's not going to be live. You know what I'm saying? But if you're in Doco on a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night, like, no, you have a good time. Like you walk all through Doco, all the way down K Street. There's drinks, food all night long. But yeah, you come on a Monday or a Tuesday. This ain't a 7-day-a-week city. That's not what it is. You know what I mean? So I think some of that depends on people's perception of the city as well.
I was just driving downtown too, and it's Thursday, and it was cool because it was lunchtime on a Thursday, and there's bodies moving, there's bikers, there's lots of cars and kind of traffic, and it was enjoyable to have that buzz on a Thursday afternoon.
Listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Oh, we've got tickets to see Wu-Tang and Nas right now. The Wu-Tang Clan and Nas are going to be live at the Toyota Amphitheater on October 2nd. We've got your tickets. Summers Live is here. Get 4 tickets for $80 all into select shows in the Sacramento area. Tickets are available now until August 9th at liveNation.com/Summers Live. Wu-Tang and Nas. Caller number 3 right now, 916-349-1320. What is your favorite Wu-Tang song?
Gravel Pit. Is that the one?
I love
Gravel
Pit.
Yeah.
I can't name one. I'm so bad at naming songs.
Am I kind of doing it?
That's good.
I don't need to do this with it, but
that's solid right there. That's solid. We'll take it. Have you both wanted? Because you were talking about you weren't even 20 yet, pursuing your media career. Have you both wanted to be in media, like for as long as you can remember?
14 for me.
Yeah, I was upset. I mean, I was obsessed. I remember being like 10 years old, calling. I looked up Good Day Sacramento's phone number in like the phone book, and I'd call and be like, "Hey, can I talk to Marcus Allen?" And like the operator put me through. And there's one day like Marcus Allen like talked to me on the phone for a second. I was obsessed. I just want to be like, hey, on the news, sports, radio, whatever. Like, I just wanted to do it.
I want a record from Marcus Allen at the opening of Blockbuster Video on like San Juan or something. It was Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rock.
Wow.
It was an actual record, like a record.
I remember Marcus Allen being one of the guys, like they would send people in elementary school to, you know, it wasn't even a career day or anything. It was just like, wow, this news guy is coming or this weather guy is coming. And I remember Marcus Allen was one of the ones that always stood out in my younger days. And that's not why I wanted to do TV or anything, but I just remember those moments of being like, oh, it's someone from around here, so I can do that too.
And I think a part of it for me was, you know, the Kings ended up, you know, 98, 99, started to be fun. And then I'm like, yeah, that'd be fun to be a part of it. You're obsessed with it. You want to consume everything. I'm on message boards. I'm listening to the radio. Like it's what you did. And I was like, I want to be in it.
But you guys, you know how he just said that's what you did? It's funny because I feel like as a young girl, I don't remember ever seeing things like that. Like all I remember is seeing newspapers of, you know, what the Kings were doing or watching them on TV. But I never knew there was different outlets where people were talking about the King. I just remember turning on the radio on the way home from games, you know, when we were in the car or whatever. But as like a little girl, I just never knew any other way of like getting into it.
Yeah, same thing. Like I wasn't a little girl, but I just would listen to the radio, right? And little did I know, you know, the message boards and all this other stuff. Although I should have known because I would go on message boards for wrestling. It would only make sense that they'd have some for the Kings, but I was too busy watching the Monday Night Wars on my AOL dial-up message board.
Wow.
AOL. Not everyone can relate to the old AOL grind, man. The AOL message boards and we've already been over the god awful sound that you used to have to that you made when you connected to the internet. We've already
my one. This is such a stupid story. I've told Morgan this before. So, you know, with AOL back in the day, you'd have AOL Instant Messenger AIM. And back in the day, there used to be like chat rooms you would just go into, right? Remember like, hey, ASL, did you guys ever do that? Chat rooms?
Yeah.
All right. So me and my buddy one time, we like hopped in a chat room. We started to talk to, I don't know, we assumed some woman.
Yeah.
And we tried to convince her that we were Gerald Wallace. And like we'd be like, yeah, man, I got a game tomorrow, blah blah blah. Yeah, we can't.
Awful.
Hey, it's one.
You want to know why that's awful? Because I remember being again a young girl and me and my friend, and then like this. I remember we were probably like 11 years old, so you know we're starting at that age, being like, guys are hot, and there's this guy. Well, I hope he was this guy, but he probably wasn't. He was probably some creepy old man sending some like young picture of some young boy with his shirt off. And I remember we were just like, oh my gosh, he's so hot. And we were always talking to him for weeks. But now like thinking about it as an adult, like that's awful.
We picked Gerald Wallace for a reason too. It was like he wasn't really playing with the Kings. It was like sporadic. We weren't going to say Chris Webber. We said Gerald Wallace to make it more believable.
Genius.
It didn't go on for that long.
Yeah, I got a game tomorrow.
Dude, my mom got catfished like in the last couple of years.
Nice.
No, this is really so stupid. Like, I'm like, what are you doing? So my sister calls me and is like, hey, mom thinks she is talking to Bret Michaels on Twitter. You know, stupid rocker Bret Michaels. Yes. And so apparently Bret Michaels asked my mom to, hey, I'll fly you out, but I need you to send me $700.
Oh, no.
My mom's like, I don't have $700, but please let me send you like the money I don't have, which is like 150.
Oh,
and so she just sent some random person who she thought was Bret Michaels $150. I called her like, what are you doing?
Mama Deuce. No.
Yeah.
No. She thought Bret Michaels couldn't afford his flight.
Yeah, my mom's a lunatic. So
hey, be nice. She literally is in like a mental hospital now. So God, Deuce. Here comes
just
Dark
for the record,
Deuce is here, everyone.
Just for the record, Morgan says be nice and then puts out there, hey, yeah, his mom is in a mental hospital.
Well,
just let's note that. Let's note that.
Jesse just took the question right out of my. Is that a shoot?
I mean, seriously. Well, she was.
I just want to lay the
suffering from delirium. She's having some major issues where she is hallucinating. I mean,
Oh,
we can go
You can dive.
deep here, but yeah, no, my mom had a really tough life growing up and serious mental things, and I don't know how she dealt with us growing up, but yeah, she's in a tough spot right now.
And
I'm good, by the way. I'm good.
well,
Haven't
Dad,
really talked to him. Dad's out of prison. I don't talk to him, but he's out of prison. I try to have a relationship with him at the beginning. I think for me when he got out, I was excited. I was like, oh, I'm gonna have a relationship. I want to have a dad. I remember seeing him, and it was just like there wasn't, hey, so what's new in your world? Like there's no like, hey, I'm sorry. It was just sitting on the couch watching TV as if like he wasn't gone for 13 years in a row. And at that moment, I'm like,
There's no social skills.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
obviously then you really want to dive deep into our prison systems and all of that. And it's like what they're not teaching, what they're not doing to develop people and, you know, get them ready for real life. Yeah, it's pretty awful.
Damn, I thought Olivia was off today.
I can get that though, because I remember one day I came home. I had started at KSFM, and I'm still living with my mom at the time. It's like right as I'm getting ready to leave, and I'm gonna go do this, and I come home, and my mom is a little like mopey and like sad, and I'm like, "Yo, what's wrong?" I found your dad. Word? I thought he was dead. Like I thought he died like 10 years ago. What are you talking about? No, he's still in LA. I found him. Oh, why? Oh, I just need that's my mom though. Like I just needed to. All right, dude, cool. Do you want to talk to him? For what? Like you talk to him. Look at you. Like, no, I don't want to talk to him. I'm good on that. I don't need the moment that Deuce had where you sit down next to each other and you've got nothing to say. And for you, what do you say, 13 years? Like, bro, at this point for me, it was like 17.
Damn.
I'm good. That's a hard relationship to try to just like start up at some point.
Hey, can I ask you a personal question since we're just on, live streaming and everything? Did you know your dad at all?
No.
Okay.
No, my dad left. Like I remember, I've given speeches on this before. Like when I had to do public speaking for the first time in college. Like I remember the day my dad left vividly. I was like 4 or 5. I was in the garage. I remember the house. I remember nothing about this house, but this scenario. I'm in the garage. The record player is in the garage. I'm listening to Thriller. And I hear like a thud. And I run in through the kitchen, around to the dining room, around the corner. And okay, Olivia's here. My dad is on top of my mom with a screwdriver to her throat. And my mom says, go outside. You're fine. And I'm like 4. I'm like, oh, all right. My mom said, go outside. So I go outside. And then seconds later, I hear the door slam. And I look out and my dad's running down the street. It's the last time I ever saw him. I remember we got in the car, drove to my grandma's house. I remember slamming my finger in the car door and how excruciatingly painful that was. This all happened in the same day. Never saw him again. I had always thought he was dead because my mom, I swear I overheard my mom on the phone say he was dead. Like she was talking to someone saying, oh, I forgot his name. I think it's David. David died. Oh, and I remember not caring. Like, whatever. She never told me, but that's what I always thought she said until that day I walked in when I was 20 years old and she goes, I found your dad. And I'm like, the morgue? Like, where did you find him? What are you talking about?
So he has never tried to reach out to you since then or anything?
I think he was told not to, because from what I understand in that same time frame, he reached out to my sister, who's actually, like, we don't look at it like this. She's actually my half sister.
Yeah.
But she reached out to him. And my sister was like, dude, what do you want? Like, no. And don't call Damien because he's not nearly as stable as I am. So don't call him. And she hangs up on him. And, I think that was after my interaction with my mom. So it had been relayed like, yeah, don't do that.
Kenny, do you have a dad in your life?
Let's keep going.
We're going around the room. All right.
This is
So
Just for the record, Damien said, "Well, I don't know where this is going to go today. Did we think we were going to go in a circle
and
with our family life?"
Really quick, so I don't have to feel bad because I'm not going last because this is all so foreign to me because I have a great relationship with my dad. So this just like breaks my heart. But please.
So my dad passed away in 2019. I actually believe he passed away from COVID. And it was before we knew what it was, right? December of 2019, he passed away. Growing up, not the best relationship with him, but it was weird. Like I'm pretty chill, right? You guys know me, I'm pretty chill. And he was never around, you know what I mean? He never he was dealing with the streets and dealing with those demons and stuff like that. But I never held any ill will. I knew he loved me. I believed that. I knew he loved me. He just had his own things going on. So it was never any ill will. There'd be times like I'm with his family, like his sisters, my aunts and everything. When he wasn't around, they always got me from when I was a little boy. They'd call my mom. They'd be like, "Cheryl, can we come get Kenny and he come hang out with us?" And there's a couple of cousins there. Like they always had me. And he would never be around for the whole weekend, but they always had me. So I'm really close with the family. And they, you know, I would see him every now and then, but then he'd go do his own thing. So we didn't have a great or super close relationship. As I became an adult, he tried to do that, but it was the same thing that you talked about, Deuce, where it was just like we don't have any foundation. You know what I'm saying? Like you're a good man. I know you love me, but we don't have no memories. We don't have a whole lot to talk about. But you know, I was just cool with it. But one of the turning points was when I was about to have my son. I saw then he kind of looked at that as I have an opportunity to watch somebody grow up. And he was like super excited and great grandfather, you know, coming in when Reese was about to be born. He took the train down to LA. He stayed with us for like a week or so because around the due date, and Reese came a week late, so he didn't get to see him be born. But he was there, like he was excited. You know, he was waiting for that moment to see his grandson. He was so proud of his grandson. So that made me happy. Like we were never gonna have like this relationship, father-son. It wasn't gonna be that close bond, but he was looking forward to having a grandfather-grandson relationship. And you know, while he was here, he did. They were close. They, you know, he had a lot of good moments with him. But yeah, he passed away 3 years. What are we? 2022, almost 3 years ago now. So,
man, you have it's interesting how you even allowed him to be in. Because like for me, I'm like cut out, like done. You know, and you were more accepting of like understanding what maybe he was going through during that time, and still allowed him to be around.
Yeah, I mean, for whatever reason, I always felt loved by him. Like I never didn't feel love, and he wasn't there. He wasn't there for the sports growing up, all that other stuff. He wasn't there. But I don't know. I don't know what was going on in my head or my heart. I never was like, oh, he don't love me, that's why he's not there. He had other things that he was dealing with in life that were stronger than something that I could imagine that I was going through, and that's all it was. And when he would come back around, it wouldn't be like this. We wouldn't, like you mentioned, we wouldn't have a whole lot to talk about, but I never treated him like, oh, now you're around or nothing like that. I was like, hey, what's up, Pops? How you doing? How's everything been? You know, we'll hang out for a few hours or whatever. And then I'll see him when I see him again, whenever that was. So,
but that's the other thing too, since I know your situation a little bit, Deuce, is that like, did you and your dad's like morals and values align? Because like that's not, if you don't even have that in common, it's like how are you even supposed to like?
I think part of it too is like for me, he started sharing like this is around election time 2020, you know, and then you know some of the stuff that was being shared on social media, and then like giving my grandma like papers to give me of garbage, you know, and I'm just like, I can't do this. I made it this far without you. I don't need you, man. I'm good.
Yeah. And see, on the flip side, like my dad, he was a good man. Like he was a really good man. He was, and this sounds weird. He's just like me, or I'm just like him. Like he was really chill, really cool. Like you set him in front of a TV with a game, and for him, I don't really drink beer, but get him a beer, he good for the next 12 to 15 hours. He just chill, and anybody that comes around him, I never really heard him say a bad word about anybody. He had a good rapport and relationship with people that he came across. Like he was a good man, very kind man, and maybe that helped too. But he just had a lot going on, and it's like the demons that a lot of people deal with, and
For sure.
And he took a long time for him to even be able to overcome a lot of that stuff.
I was the opposite.
That's
I
what,
knew
okay.
I knew my dad had problems, and so when I think like every time I was growing up,
is Damien frozen? I think he is.
What?
Oh,
Who
did
is?
Damien's frozen.
He's not frozen
He's not
on my
frozen
end.
on ours.
Oh, he's not frozen. I can't
You got
hear
that.
him.
You got that AOL.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that might be you.
I can't hear him at all. There he goes. Now he's back.
No,
now he's back. That was me. I'm sure.
I was the exact opposite. Like he had so many bad tendencies that when I was growing up and would get angry, I'd think of that moment. I was like, I can never be that. I can never be that. Because I used to have like my temper would be bad, man. Like even in like later years, like even in a professional environment, if you know what we used to deal with, like I would be angry, visibly like and verbally angry. But in the back of my head, I would always know I can't be that angry.
Was your, if I may ask more personal questions, was your mom in your life? What?
I said we're pretty much past that.
Yeah. We're past that.
Okay. Okay. So your mom was in your life throughout your life?
Yeah, I was raised by my mom, which always confuses people because my dad is black. He left. My mom's best friend was black. So I still, even though my dad was gone and I've never, ever been around his family, I still grew up around black people. And that's why I've kind of like always gravitated towards that part of me. Yeah. I don't know, but I know one night, what was it called? One Night in Miami. When One Night in Miami came out on, I don't remember if it was HBO Max or what it was, but it's that movie with it tells the story about Sam Cooke and Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X, and I'm leaving one person out, but I remember the scene. It was
Sam Cooke, wasn't it?
I said Sam Cooke, but I feel like it was.
It was it was a football player. Was it Jim Brown?
Thank you. It was Jim Brown. I remember. I think it was Sam Cooke talking to Malcolm X, and it's like, I always wonder with you light skinned dudes, like, are you trying to impress the black people or are you trying to impress the white people? And I remember that line hit me like, I don't know, Sam.
Damn.
It is.
Damn.
Yeah. Wow.
You guys, hey, I appreciate you guys opening up with me.
How about them Kings, huh?
Yes.
God, I mean, like, what? Like the Kings, you guys. That's like, see, this is how you have to look at the Kings now. It's just that's just a fun game, and when we allow them to mentally take us to a whole different place, we can't because, well, you guys have overcome. All three of you have overcome so many obstacles throughout your life, no matter where they are on the spectrum or whatever. And you have overcome them in so many great ways. That's why when a basketball team throws some stuff at you, don't let it get you. Don't let it get you so bad, right?
No, but I need the basketball team to make me forget about everything else.
Okay.
Right. Also make us forget that the world is spinning around faster, and who knows what that means.
Oh man.
Well, I tried, guys. I tried. My God.
No, the funny thing, look. So we were talking about this. And shout out to my people. I'm saying my brothers and sisters. This is what they do. So the study comes out. It's been floating around like the world is spinning around faster, and we experienced the shortest day ever the other day. And shout out to my brothers and sisters in the comments talking about I knew it was shorter. I knew something was going on. Fam, stop. It was like a half millisecond there. What do you mean? You
knew it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Just felt that much shorter.
That's hilarious.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Morgan's
Crazy.
mom only writes about traumatizing stuff. So that's
Dude, well, yeah, she's definitely killing off all of her awful demons in her thrillers, which I like. It's like she said it before. Yeah, no, it's her therapy, she has said before, because like she has a dark past that like I don't need to speak of. Where bad people were in her life and just bad things. And it's cool seeing how my mom is just so inspirational to me, because she's like the happiest person in the world and she's overcome some pretty dark things, but then she also killing everybody and all the bad people in her books has been that therapy. Yeah, all of her thrillers, everyone dies. It's wonderful and it's so good for her and it's very healthy for her.
Yeah.
it's such a great outlet to be able to write out all your frustrations that way. And yeah, it works. Like we all need outlets. For me, growing up, sports wasn't even my outlet growing up. Music was. Actually, truthfully, wrestling was probably first.
Dude.
But music was really, really close behind. And I think with wrestling, it was always just kind of that super, like I was never into like superheroes, but back then, like Hulk Hogan to me was a legitimate superhero. Like that's all of those wrestlers in that time frame where I think that's why I gravitated towards it so much, because it was just that like outlet. We were talking about this the other day with black sitcoms. I realized all my favorite black sitcoms involve wealth, like Blackish, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like it's like I didn't want to watch Good Times. Like I didn't want to watch shows about poor people. Like I know that. I don't want to watch that. I want to know. I want to know how the other side lives. Like that's I want to escape through television. Not I can relate to that. Like no, I don't. I live it. I don't need to relate to that.
I feel like all three of you grew up on wrestling then.
Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. But you know, the interesting thing about that is when like people talk about, there's like a joke, like when something goes down and say LeBron James, I'm not saying he did anything, but like just people are like, oh, LeBron, what kind of message does this send to the kids or whatever the case may be? And we're like, oh, come on, man. Like y'all doing way too much or whatever. But I think about myself and probably you two as well. The male influence that I had in my life was Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? Like I remember one time, real quick. My dad, I was a teenager and I didn't know his birthday. Like it wasn't one of those days that came around. And it's February 10th. After this happened, I never forgot it. But it was like the next day. And he called. He's like, man, that's messed up. Man, you didn't even call me for my birthday. Didn't wish me no birthday. I was like, I didn't even know it was your birthday. Like, what are you talking about? Like, relax. And he got mad at me. He's like, nah, I'm going to remember that. You don't do that to your dad or whatever. I was like, bro, I didn't even know it was your birthday. Sorry. Happy birthday or whatever the case may be. But I always knew February 17th. I always knew Michael Jordan's birthday.
Wow.
February 17th was Michael Jordan. You get older. Puffy. Like, I am KD. Puffy was my dad, my male role model figure. So I say that to say it's always like we kind of roll our eyes and you're like, oh, like, what do the kids think? But that's real. Like there are people out there that don't have any positive male role models that they can see. And the first person they see is a LeBron James or is a Debo Samuel or whatever the case may be. And they are always watching, or an actor from a sitcom or anything like that.
You guys, sometimes it's not even like the main character or the star. It's Deuce, you talked about this before. It's like, it's the person, the athlete that you might meet at that first youth clinic that you ever go to, right? The first camp that you're nervous about going to, but your parents or whoever, a friend brings you along and they push you along, and that athlete that is there, you don't know where they stand in the NBA or the NFL, or maybe it's even baseball camp, right. And you get to meet them and they instantly like become this type of hero figure for you because you saw that they're real.
Right.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I knew this was going to be different. I definitely knew. Like, it's like I don't know what topic we could exhaust with the Kings, so let's just hang out with Deuce and Mo a little bit. Didn't expect this.
I know.
But definitely knew today would be a little bit different. I certainly enjoyed the
Can't wait
conversation.
to talk to Matt George.
Let's see what childhood trauma
Hey.
Matt George through.
I think Matt had daddy issues too.
Really?
Yeah, I believe so.
man.
Yeah.
You guys, I don't need to sit here and say like I'm sorry for everyone that had those, family issues or anything, but I will never take, what I have with like my parents for granted, because it really is. There's a lot more people around you than you even know that Matt George, really?
You don't have to it shapes
No.
who you are. Like that stuff. That's like every experience I've had from every experience we all have had, from job experience to love lost experience to parents. Like, they shape who and what we are in this moment. And you've got to take advantage of that. You've got to take advantage of those, teachable moments, if you will.
Well, I'm glad that you guys are all who you are, because I think you're
thanks.
all
Yeah.
really great.
I mean, I think it's what Damien said earlier, though. It's just like at some point, you just look at the situation. You go, I don't want to be that. Like, I don't want to be my dad. I'm like, I don't want to live in this chaotic environment that I'm in. Like, I'm going to do everything I can not to do that.
Yeah. Facts.
Have fun with Matt.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
podcast.
We have a new one dropping Monday. Chima Moneki is, we actually recorded it today. And talk about a journey.
Oh, a journey.
Kenny, you're going to listen to this interview and want to give him a max deal. I'm just being honest.
That's on brand. That's on brand. I love it.
He fired me up.
Deuce and Mo podcast. We appreciate you guys so much. We'll be back with more of something with either one case on ESPN 1320. All right, we're clear.
That was pretty cool, man. That was real cool.
Oh, you guys, thanks for opening up. That was cool. Where are you going to go take it with Matt George? You should just say, hey, you bring up the topic, Matt George, and we'll go with it.
Oh, no, I was just going to bring up basketball with Matt. I didn't have any intentions on doing anything crazy with Matt. I just knew with you guys, it was like, you guys, I know you. It's like that's why I checked with Deuce yesterday or a couple days ago. Like, you good? You good? You guys want to do this? It was like, I don't know. Let's try something different. Like I even have that in the back of my head with Trista tomorrow. Like, you gave me ammunition with the rap stuff.
Yes.
Oh my God. And by the way, I mentioned this on a podcast with Trista, but I didn't know who Trista was until she was on with you guys all the time. And I mean, your guys' conversations with her are always fun. I'm like, we gotta have her.
She's
on.
so funny.
Yeah. I like Tristan.
I think I think what some hosts like, and you guys know this better than and I think you guys are two of the best at this. When you let the guests be themselves, like, they have fun. Like, I genuinely believe people like coming on this show.
Yeah.
Chris Haynes, he doesn't, but everybody else likes coming on this show.
He's been dodging us lately,
Oh,
too,
yeah.
to be honest. So.
Big timer. Big timer.
But yeah, when you just let a guest be them, that's what you get. You get what Trista is, and she's something.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just think people want real conversations, all right? Like, if you're trying to, I mean, you can do a radio interview all the time, right? Like, actually getting to know people and having real conversations. I think people actually connect with that stuff rather than, all right, give me your 3 keys for the Kings season.
Hey, we're going to do
Coming up in
keys.
10 minutes. Let's do an AFC West preview. We're going to have some Kansas City Chiefs beat writer on.
Be
I'm
nice.
falling asleep. I'm sorry.
Be nice.
I'm just being honest. I
You
don't
two
care.
encouraging this?
No, but
you all be nice.
Everyone agrees. The Charity House agrees with this. They know what I'm saying. Hey, Damien, I know.
What the hell?
Damien, and I don't know if this is the place to ask this. Can I get a preliminary guest list for your I don't know, event on Saturday?
Is there a particular individual you're worried about?
No, I'm just curious. More of a curiosity standpoint.
Sure, I'll screenshot it to you because I do have one. Yeah, I'll screenshot it.
I did hear Matt George was going.
Matt, I did invite Matt. Yes, the idea is for everyone who has contributed to making this show.
Ham's gonna be there.
James
He's gonna try and get there. Yeah.
In fact, I think me, James, I think the biggest people who are a part of this show, with Jason Jones being the exception, are all going to be there.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Nice.
If for some reason, because I heard it was later than I thought it was going to be, but if for some reason I can get out of my stuff early, I'll be making it.
Those things don't stop.
You can. Yeah.
I know.
Those things don't stop, bro. I've been there one time and people pop in at like 1.
Stop it.
Get
Yeah,
out.
it's true story. They was like, "Yo, what's up?" I was like, "It's 1 o'clock."
Inappropriate. Would never.
What, Casey's gonna be there too?
I'm gonna pull up. You know that.
Casey's the one walking in at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. May need some live Drake bars.
Oh, hey, man, hey, it's nothing. It's nothing, man. Throw the beat on. Let's go.
We'll get a little drink in them and get them ready to go.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for having us.
You guys rock.
Thanks for coming out, guys.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
Oh man. Hey, I told you, Crystal Nugs, man. Let's go. I don't know what's going on in here with Black Basketball Channel, but we
What are you talking about?
Basketball Channel in here daily, man. Whatever it is, let's fall back a little bit. I think we get a little too happy with the block button and all that. Let's chill. If you want to share any traumatizing stories, phone lines are open for you, 916-349-1320.
You know, I got a traumatizing story.
Deuce,
I don't really.
Did you see the tweet that Jesse just sent us? No. Deuce is funny, man. I got the generic thing, but Deuce is funny. He's telling jokes.
Oh man.
Go ahead. I interrupted you with that. That's funny. This is wild.
What you said was there a traumatizing story.
Besides being a Kings fan, of course.
That's where I was going, but no.
Oh,
I think I don't like I don't like fire, right? Like I don't like fire and heat. Like I cook, but I'm always worried about like, oh man, whether the grease pops on me or it's too hot. Like I've been working through that for a long time, and I think I know what happened. One time, we were staying in this apartment, and I went to get some popcorn, right? Microwavable popcorn. It was up on the top shelf. I was like, oh man, I got to hop on the counter to go get it. I wasn't 7, but I might have been like 8 or 9. And I was like, oh, I got to hop on the top shelf and get it, or hop on the counter and get it off the top shelf. And there was a iron there, and I didn't see anybody using iron. It was just me and my mom. I didn't see anybody using iron before. It didn't register me at all. I said, let me get it. And I grabbed it by the front. Well, the iron had just been used. And I grabbed it, and man. So now, like, anything that's like hot, I think I'm traumatized by that. Whew.
I get that.
That was all bad.
We
just snitching on everything. I could send my mom to jail right now because going to Herbert,
like, calm down, Herbert. Like, hey, for a long, like, I mean, for those who really follow the show, like Smoothie and Sprout, those, I mean, the whole Trista Crick joke, like the like, those are my world. I was scared to death of dogs for a long time because of a dream I had. It didn't even happen in real life. I had a dream I was attacked by a dog, and it scared the crap out of me. And for years, I was until I met the Sadie and Sally, the 2 labs that I loved, more than anything.
Yeah.
That's when I was in Knoxville. So that was 20. When I was 9, almost 30, I was afraid of dogs.
I wouldn't say I'm afraid of dogs or animals, but I don't trust animals. You never know. Like we think we know, But how many times we see these things, the animals just flip out. I just, I try to be nice to them. I try to pet them really nice and be very nice, but I don't know what these animals thinking. They turn on us in a second, and we'll lose that battle more times than not.
I got you.
It's a deep cut by that. I don't know if you know that one.
Was that? I told you I didn't really like Good Times. Like I don't think I've.
That's how Janet Jackson got introduced, because I don't know if it was her mom or like her adopted mom. I think Janet Jackson was adopted on that show, but burned Penny with the iron.
With the iron, yeah.
That was crazy.
I was thinking more like JJ reaching for the reach. I was trying to think like, did JJ reach for a hot iron? Like I don't remember that.
Poor Penny. That's a crazy scenario.
But it's so funny how people talk about Janet Jackson's character on that show. Oh, remember Janet was on that show? Like, yeah, why are you saying it like that? Do you not remember the character? Like,
they're from a dark place.
It was that's not, oh, it's cute little Janet Jackson. No, that is traumatized Janet Jackson.
Yeah. Penny.
I'm gonna give Good Times a shot though. Like run it from start to finish. I'm gonna give Good Times a shot. I just got to work my way through Stanford and Son because I'm in the mood to laugh right now. So once
Stanford and Son is on
Prime.
What? On Prime. Oh yeah, that's easy work. Oh man, hey, I was trying to balance out my life last night after these text messages that have been coming in. It's like, gee, I'm gonna make this happen. So I was like trying to go through my bank statements. Like, where is this coming from again? This automatic pay? This is crazy. I don't know.
Kenny had a seemed like a good idea 3 months ago moment.
How am I gonna make this work? There's so many things that I got rid of. There was probably like 5 or 6 things. I was like, getting charged for this? Oh no, hell no. How do I cancel this?
Did you get rid of any streaming service?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Share.
Epics.
Damn, Epix lost their 1 subscriber yesterday. That's a cold world. Who the hell subscribes to Epix?
No, because Epix had Godfather in Harlem. That show go hard. That's how Epix got people in. Is that Forrest Whitaker? Yeah.
That's somewhere else too, isn't it?
I don't know. Because I didn't get into the second season yet. But the first season was on Epix. That's how they got you in. That show went hard.
Audrey J says, the hell is Epix?
Bro, I had let me see. I got the list right here. I got rid of a few things, few little streaming services. Yeah, I got rid of Amazon Music. Don't use that. How is that still on there?
Is that extra?
Yeah.
That's extra on top of Prime?
Yeah. I mean, I know it's nothing to a boss when you're talking about Damian Barling, but
no, I thought it was all rolled into one. I don't think I have
the
Amazon.
one that I have. They was hitting me for $10 a month. Yeah, I got rid of that. Got rid of Epics. I was on. I got. Sorry, the Queen Bee. She campaigned for this when it happened, but she hasn't watched it. I haven't watched it. I got rid of All Black. I was like, come on, man, I can get that.
You probably.
Yeah. Oh, $6 a month.
I know. Probably shouldn't have said we got rid of it though. Like, because I'll be honest, since we're being honest, I never had it. Like I looked, I was like, no. Like, come on, I'm not doing this. I'm doing the best I can with the stuff I wear. Like, I'm not doing this. You know what? I
might have to sign back up.
Do you know how close I was to switching to Tidal? Until I found out Jay-Z only owns like a small portion of it now. I'm like, I ain't switching.
That's enough. I have them both.
Fam, wait, you got Tidal and Apple Music?
I do.
Why?
Well, one of the reasons is
you didn't cancel one of them yesterday during your little canceling spree?
No, because I like Apple Music, but the Queen Bee likes Tidal. So
does Tidal have more music? You know what?
I don't think so. I think that, they have different type of playlists and things of that nature. So,
you know what I realized a couple of weeks ago? I'm going to check to make sure.
That couldn't even be a thought.
The Chronic isn't on Apple Music.
It is not.
The Chronic is not on Apple
That's
Music.
crazy. I didn't know that.
I went looking for it. I mean, I still have my library available, but I went looking for it the other day, and it's like, yo, like
I did not
where
know
is
that.
it? Yeah,
Wow.
it's not on at the Chronic isn't on Apple Music.
So yeah, I got rid of. I'm looking here. I might get
Tidal.
about $75 worth of stuff.
Tidal will come in handy for you guys soon. Tidal is an app on a recent purchase you made.
Oh,
so Tidal will come in handy. Apple Music is not.
Oh,
so Tidal will come in. Tidal will come in handy there. We'll coming up next, we'll preview the AFC West.
Oh my God!
I don't know what. We'll come back. Matt George is going to. I promise. We will not have any traumatizing stories with Matt George. We'll talk Kings. We'll talk 49ers. He's going to training camp tomorrow as well. So we'll get back on track here. There is a heavy-ish topic we haven't really talked about yet. Tiger Woods. I guess that's heavy.
Oh, the new Aaron Donald story. Tiger Woods is the new Aaron Donald. What was that, Monday?
That was Monday. Yeah, that was Monday. And as Kenny noted, there's fake football tonight. I mean, there's real football tonight, just not with the guys that we're looking forward to see. We'll come back. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
You can go ahead, man. I didn't know that. Yeah, you can go ahead if you need to.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to want to keep Tidal.
Well, that's clutch. Oh, bro. Come on, man. We went deep. Miss, Jesse? Okay. Like I said, he's a good man right there. Okay. Yeah. It happens a lot, man. You know what I'm saying? You get older and you see the world and you become an adult and you know that you realize you're not alone. It's not exclusive. Like, it happens a lot. Yeah, man. Where Dr. Dave? What you talking about? What Canelo? What Canelo talking about? What's going on? I meant to preview the Virgil Ortiz fight that's coming on Saturday, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get to it. When I do the previews, I always try to get it in on Thursday because Friday gets a little hectic. So I don't know if I'll be able to get the Virgil Ortiz fight in. But yeah, he's fighting this weekend. He ain't fighting nobody. So he's fighting somebody he should wash. Let me see. My bad, Dr. David. Do I record youth basketball drills? I did on my Instagram a while back. I think if you dig deep enough into my Instagram, there's some stuff on there. But I'll point you in the right direction. Hit me in the DMs on Instagram, and I'll tag you in some stuff. To be honest with you, Ryan might get destroyed. Those guys are big. Ramsey, that's interesting. I mean, I like the Mets better than I like the Braves. Don't worry about the hat, but that's gonna be a hell of a race. Like, a lot of people talk about the Dodgers, and the Dodgers like, oh, they should win. And the NL kind of stacked, bro. They kind of stack with this Padres thing. The Padres, and then the Braves and the Mets. The Braves and the Mets are a real deal. So I don't know. It's not gonna be a cakewalk. And then you got the Yankees. The Yankees got an easier path than the Dodgers do. NL is probably tough. No, okay. Garcia, I really don't know what you're talking about, sir. What we doing? What we talking about? We talking? Oh yeah. Okay, I'm just checking. But you shouldn't have done that. You guys have lost about to be 8 in a row to them. There is nothing to be talking to the Dodgers bench about. They're backhanding you. Hey, Damien, I got a question. If I wanted to set all this up in my garage, what would you do? And I still want to be hardwired if possible. Is there a way?
Well, first thing, you'd have to insulate it because you have padding around you and just furniture, curtains, all of that stuff. In the garage, you got walls, you got concrete, like it's going to sound a little bit different.
Yeah.
There probably is a way that you could do it. You might have to you might have to ask like Manny or something. There's a way you could do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because when we
Kenny's
go to the
getting kicked
studio,
out of his house.
Yeah. Well, when we go to the studio, she like, this setup ain't staying here.
Yeah.
You don't need this no more. You better. Well, I got podcasts and stuff. Find somewhere else.
I guess we're recording the new podcast at the studio now. Get out of. I mean, well, first of all, and we'll do this in a more formal fashion when the time gets closer, because I don't want to believe we're actually moving to the new studio till we're actually in the new studio. The Queen Bee deserves a round of applause for the fact that it's like I got an extra room. I had space here to set this studio up and do all of this, and Kenny's literally in his bedroom.
Yeah.
And
she's
the whole
been very
family has
accommodating. So
navigated it. Yeah.
Shout out to them.
Gotta be the long one, buddy.
Shout out to them. Big ups.
She didn't even get the long one, man. That's a cold world.
You don't have. That's a long.
You don't have the. I thought you had one. Oh,
I was about to say something.
I know what you was about to say. All right.
But yeah, that's the one that I have. Now
I thought we had a different one.
Now, like, have you heard that, like, a little situation that we were talking about, that just sprung up on me and everything? Somebody told me you can, if need be, damn near like a studio, like the insulation in there, damn near like a studio. Like if push came to shove.
Yeah, you could.
That's crazy.
You could.
That's nuts.
You could. Yeah, that thing does a lot. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. Matt George going to be with us here coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll talk Kings basketball with him, a little less than 30 minutes. We'll talk Kings basketball with him. And he's going to training camp tomorrow as well. Again, so we'll talk to him a little bit about the 49ers. Of course, football is back. Football is back tonight.
You ready?
I'll be honest. I never really. I like the Raiders. I'm excited to watch this Raiders team.
They're good.
And I've been like I love what they did this offseason. They've got my attention. I think that keeping Derek Carr was the right move. The Raiders and the Chargers. I always say, like, I don't care because it's not this isn't the version of the Raiders I want to see. And there's nothing, like, not a knock on these brothers out here who are trying to, work and do all of that. Like, just Derek Carr ain't playing. Devontae Adams ain't playing. Like, there's not much I need to see. I never really care for it until I turn it on and hear the announcers. And it's all like, those are the announcers. Those might not be the players on the field, but as soon as I hear them, it's like, oh, football's on.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'm with it. So it'll be on, whether I'll be like watching it. It's hard to tell, but it'll be on. And
yeah, man,
I'm with it.
It's cool to see, and it's cool to see them, playing. I particularly think that this is a good move by the NFL or the people who come up with these things to put it on Thursday as a kickoff to Hall of Fame weekend.
I agree.
That's a good move as well. So Yeah, it'll be cool. It'll be cool. Like I'll tap in for a little bit, and maybe a series or two, and then I won't think about it. I always wonder. I mean, and all this stuff is really like the team, right? So if the Niners were playing, because I'm familiar with like maybe their camp battles and guys that are trying to make it and different rookies, yeah, I'd watch it a little longer for sure. But if it's not your team, you probably aren't paying attention too much.
Yeah, it'll serve, like I said, I just like hearing the announced team back, and it'll just serve as background noise. And it's kind of the first moment of, oh, football really is like right around the corner.
Speaking of announced team, you see who's going to Amazon Prime?
That's Taylor, right?
Yeah,
for
Taylor
Thursday
Rudd.
Night Football.
Yeah, she's a star.
Yeah,
Going
she
to
is.
Amazon Prime. And I was happy to hear she said she's still doing her basketball stuff. This is not like I'm leaving basketball to go to football. She's going to be doing both. So
that's good. Yeah, she's super talented. It's like I feel like there was a big like war this offseason with like broadcasting teams.
Man.
Maybe that's because of the we've got Troy Aikman changing network. Actually, Joe and Troy changed networks.
They're Monday night, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Joe changed, right? Joe Buck
Joe's
went
with him. Yeah.
Yeah, so it felt like there was a ton of announcer news. Drew Brees was out. They were like, "Hey, you weren't very good at this. You're out." Like there's the shakeups.
The biggest news was when he's done playing, Tom Brady news.
That's crazy.
Isn't that the one that like broke the bank?
What was it? Was it $500 million?
I think so. It was something crazy. Wow.
It was some absurd amount. But yeah, Tom Brady. I feel like he signed like and it was Fox, right?
Yeah. So
Tom Brady got all sorts of sneaky stuff cooking.
Man, you got to keep your eye on that Tom Brady.
It was 375.
Wow, 375 for something that doesn't really matter. It does not matter. You could have Howard Finkel announcing the games. If it's the night, I'm going to watch.
It'd be interesting. Howard Finkel's no longer with us. I'd be curious to see how they pulled that off. But your points well taken. Also, let's not gloss over the fact it's $375 million for a job you've never done. Do you think Brady did because I know Romo did.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Brady did a test? Or do you think they just went to Brady and were like,
I believe they just went to Brady. They and that's ridiculous. They should have absolutely done a test. You don't know how this man sounds. You don't know if he'll be any good. You don't know what it's going to be like when he's under dim lights. Because, hey, Damien, this is the real thing about it. It's the realest thing I ever realized. You hear, different things, people in different settings. When the lights are on, not everybody can do the same as when, I messed that up. Let me podcast or this. No, like when the lights are on, it's different.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody can do it when the lights are on.
Oh, it's live, pal.
Right. Yeah. Right. So Brady, it may seem all good, but when you locked in, and I don't think he'd be a disaster, but the question is he worth $375 million?
Well, he is worth $375 million because Fox was willing to pay him. Here, I mean, so Aldrin J says Brady is so vanilla, dude is going to be such a boring commentator. A lot of people thought that about Romo. Like, we forget a lot of the stuff that they do in front of the media is guarded.
Mm-hmm.
I'll absolutely give Brady a shot. Like, Brady on The Shop wasn't the same as Brady giving post-game interviews.
Right.
I think Brady has more of a personality than we realize. I just don't think he really lets it. I think Brady, whether it's him or his team or however, he's fully embraced it. I think Brady's social media stuff is fantastic.
I don't follow him on social media.
Like he finds creative ways to get involved in like a you know, an online conversation or a meme or some like a TikTok videos. Like, again, I understand that he probably has a lot of people around him, but he has to embrace that. Like he has to go along with the idea. And I think the fact that he does shows that he might have a little bit bigger of a personality than we realize.
Maybe so. And like I said,
or he could be boring. I don't know, but
I don't think that I don't think that he's like boring or anything like that. Like I know I'm not really interested in anything involving Tom Brady outside of him playing the game. But I will say this: I thought the Tuck rule 30 for 30. I thought he was like engaging in that and had some, you know, that was cool. That was cool. I still haven't touched the 10-part series, and I probably won't.
See, that's a forum where it's like that's not where I want to hear him.
Yeah.
That's
Speaking of,
I
I was watching something, and they were like, this week on The Captain, episodes 5 and 6. I was like, we still 5 and 6.
Yeah. Yeah. So
what?
Yeah, you might have noticed. Yeah, you might have noticed Olivia's not here today. Olivia's not going to be with us. She's got a ton of commitments over the course of the next couple of weeks. I'm guessing I've seen my last episode of The Captain. I was watching that solely for Olivia, and now I'm confident. I'm out.
I'm gonna check it out. I'm still not caught up.
I take that back. I do want to see where the A-Rod stuff goes because they
haven't
set
got there yet.
Well, they set the table for it. Well, I haven't watched past episode 2.
Oh, okay.
They set the table for it in episode 2. I need to go to ESPN Plus and catch up.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. But I just didn't know we were going 5, 6. Where are we ending up at?
I think it's 10.
Oh my God.
I think it's 10. I could be wrong.
Well,
it's a lot though.
Right.
10 feels like too much. Maybe it's not 10. It's a lot though.
I wasn't expecting that, but yeah, Captain's still going.
It is. You're listening to just release it all at once. What are we doing?
Yes.
Like, what are we doing? You've got ESPN Plus. You keep jacking up the prices.
Yeah, I realized yesterday.
Well, wasn't a big deal to you a week before. Now all of a sudden, oh, look at that. Look at that. $9.99 for ESPN Plus. It's a big deal for Kenny Caraway now. Yeah.
It's all a big deal now.
He really is like us. He really is like us. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. I love the people who engage in this show because we're talking about The Captain and how many episodes it is. I thought it was 10. Ramsey says it's 7, and then immediately after, Bryce says it's 10. It's like we can't ask y'all nothing, man. Okay, so basically what we're saying is we still don't know how long, how many episodes it is. It feels like it eats up a lot of time quickly, like the episode. So 10 is probably a bit of a stretch, but
yeah,
I felt like it was a lot. I don't feel like it was 6.
I'm not through episode 1.
That episode was tough.
It was all right with me.
I thought it was.
It was okay. I'm not through episode 1, but it was all right. It was okay.
This.
Right.
Okay, is it 7? It looks like it's 7.
7. Ramsey says definitively.
I'm cracking up.
It's 7.
I 100% thought that said 17, and I was like, oh, they're really doing this. All right then.
Can I speak on something real quick?
Yeah. Did I mention we're always live on the free Odyssey app? Did I do that already?
I'm not sure. So make sure
you're listening to D-Lo and KC, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by our friends over at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always appreciate their support. They do a lot for us here at D-Lo and KC, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Real quick, this guy says OJ Made in America was only 5. OJ Made in America was phenomenal.
Facts. It was
phenomenal. That was one of the best documentaries I'd ever seen.
And it's one of those ones where I walked away. Do you want to learn something? You want to be entertained? I learned a lot.
Yes.
In that documentary.
And I thought I was OJ'd out.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, what do I need to watch this for? Nah, that was.
I watched the Cuba Gooding Jr. thing. I thought I knew everything I needed to know.
Cuba.
Cuba wondering where all his golf buddies were.
So Danny in San Francisco will be disappointed in us, but I gotta say this: it's okay, it's fine. Giants are down 5-2 right now. I don't know if you saw, Gabe Kapler got thrown out of this game.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, he got thrown out. He was
there
hot. Yeah, he was hot, and I want to see what it all stems from, because there was something going on with Arlene Garcia where he was. Yeah. That's when I would say don't talk to the Dodgers bench and all this other stuff.
Yeah,
and something happened, and it just pissed off Gabe Kapler. All this reminds me is that if I was Gabe Kapler, oh man, I would have released some frustration. The show I would have put on to get ejected after losing 7 in a row to the Dodgers, I would have threw buckets of bubble gum onto the field, sunflower seeds.
Say buckets of bubble gum.
Yeah, that's what they got in the dugout. I would have tossed it over and threw it all into the field.
You know, it would have been great. It was like them old school, like jawbreaker bubble gum, and you just throw it out on the field, and it just rolls along the field. See, that's one thing. Like, that's one thing I don't like. I know what point you're making. Get your money's worth. Yeah, okay, grow up. What are you doing? You're throwing Gatorade coolers around. You're stealing first base. Like, I hate when managers do that. It's like, come on. Like, grow up, man. What are we doing?
That's crazy. Remember the one where the guy like went behind the home plate and start calling balls and strikes?
Bro, them minor league managers are wild. They look at it like, yo, this is my moment. This is my moment. Grow up, man. You're a grown ass man. What do you do? You're walking around with first base. What are you doing? Put first base back and go to the dugout.
I think that was actually, we're not going to talk about that at all, because I think that might have been Lloyd McClendon, and we just don't get those many opportunities.
Yeah, we don't do that. Yeah,
do what you got to do. You got to take first base. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
Reparations, it's yours. Just keep it moving.
Oh, yeah. Spectre 707 says when the guy threw a grenade.
like basketball coaches just cuss a lot. Like, they're cussing. Like they're
McCaffrey.
Oh, they're God. Again, if you haven't done it yet, if you're just tuning in, Google image Fran McCaffrey. It's a hell of a sight. They cuss a lot. You get the slow. You Steve Kerr. Like Steve Kerr's dropping F-bombs if he's getting tossed out of it. Nobody's throwing the towels onto the floor. Like no one's grabbing, Draymond Green's warm-ups and tossing it onto the court. Like, what are you guys doing here? I do have the video of Gabe Kapler getting ejected in front of me, though.
He was hot. And Gabe, those those umpires, maybe they might have been a little shook, because Gabe ain't no small dude.
He really isn't. Yeah, he can go.
I feel you though, Gabe, man. Hey, man, it's crazy. It's frustrating. I understand, man. Let off a little steam. This is nasty right now. This is embarrassing.
So that's interesting. And sometimes I wonder, like, how often this is the case. I feel like he got more agitated. I feel like Gabe Kapler got more agitated the more animated the umpire got. I feel like he's almost responding to the umpire, because the umpire is super like pointing and doing this, and Gabe Kapler's walking back to the dugout. Yeah,
I think so.
I'm sure it's
I'm looking at it. I think the issue was Garcia got thrown out. I think that's what happened.
So Garcia
and Gabe got mad because you threw him out, but you didn't throw somebody else out, or the fact that he was even thrown out. I think that's what's going on.
So not being able, not being able to hear a single word, just
He
watching
his own coach,
dude. But still, I'd put this on the umpire. The umpire's following them to the locker room or following them to the dugout, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
And he's being super animated with the way that he's talking. And just watch Gabe Kapler's aggression get higher and higher and higher.
Yeah,
these umps in baseball, man. I don't know.
Yeah. Giants
are going to lose another one. That's all it's really boils down.
They're going to get swept.
Giants are going to lose another one.
How you get swept in back-to-back 4-game series by a team? It's nasty.
That's tough. And they won the previous 3.
Yeah.
They won the previous, and I think that was only a 3-game series. I think.
Yeah, it was 3-game series, weekend series.
Sorry, buddy.
Well, I don't know what we do from here as far as the Giants. What we do?
It might be. It might be. I always thought you were silly when you were saying this a couple of weeks ago. It might be kind of slipping away from them right now.
Yeah, it was. I saw. What was that around July 4th? I was like, I don't think this team got it.
I don't know how they can turn it around. Yeah, this is tough. This is a bad look for them. It's a bad look. So in the latest story that has been moved from day to day, and we just haven't really touched on it, was the Tiger Woods story. We brought it up briefly, but never really discussed it. Tiger Woods, according to Greg Norman, who's the CEO of Live Golf, said they offered Tiger $700 to $800 million to join them, and Tiger said no. Of course, people see that number like, man, how could you turn down $700-800 million? How could you turn down that kind of money? Kenny, you brought up a great point earlier in a completely unrelated topic. I think fits perfectly here because he's already rich. He's already a billionaire. And I think one thing that people didn't take into account, and this works for Tiger. Look, everybody has financial decisions they have to make, and some of these guys may not have been able to make that money in the PGA. And they have these massive contracts over there with Live, and with that comes bad publicity. With that, you're essentially you can be called an endorser for the Saudi family, and I'm positive are some people who are like, I don't care. I need that money. Public perception isn't going to fund my kids' college.
Yeah.
Not pay for my mortgage. Not going to do any of that. Public perception does not pay me a single dollar. So if they feel this way about my move to get this money, that's fine. And if there are some guys that did that, hey, do your thing. I can't imagine what my decision would be like faced with that type of dilemma.
Yeah.
Tiger's got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to make just on his name alone.
Right.
On absolutely nothing else other than his name being Tiger Woods. And I don't think that happens if he takes this deal. And
yeah, you don't need to. Number one, he's already worth more than the $700 to $800 million that they were giving him. Plus, like you said, off his name alone, after he's done playing. I mean, you say $1 billion, and I could absolutely see it, but let's just say worst case scenario, he can make another $500 million, not doing nothing, just because he's Tiger Woods.
Yeah, the only reason I think Tiger is worth, Tiger is worth like in that vicinity of money because Nike Golf didn't exist before Tiger Woods.
Yeah,
like he is the man that built that brand.
Right.
He's going to get paid off that forever.
Do you think that it's unfair that the PGA Tour isn't letting the guys who play and Live play on tour events?
Absolutely not.
I don't think so either.
Absolutely not. I mean, there's now lawsuits have been filed. PGA announced a new schedule. They're giving out record money this year in their 44 events. But if they don't want anyone involved with LIV, involved with PGA, I don't. To me, we'll use it in terms we understand. It's WCW wrestler ain't showing up to WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. I'm good with that. Like it's fine. Well, you got your money. You work for your company. Do your thing. We've got our guys over here. That doesn't seem like it should be a. That doesn't seem like it should even be a conversation.
Yeah,
these guys. There are guys suing to get into the FedEx Cup. Like, if the FedEx Cup is a PGA event,
you can't sit here.
Yeah, you can't be here.
Yeah.
Jesse asks, "Is Tiger bigger than golf?" Yes. Way bigger than golf.
On a smaller scale, Jesse would probably understand this. I think Tiger is like Floyd Mayweather. I know Canelo's pretty big. I think Floyd Mayweather is still the biggest name in boxing right now, and that's a problem. And I think Tiger Woods is the biggest name in golf right now.
That's a problem.
It's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem. We'll come back. Matt George joins us. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll talk a little 49er football as well when we return here. D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's a great example. Yeah, it doesn't quite make sense, right? Like, that's how I look at it. It doesn't make sense. I do feel like we should get a Jason Ross appearance on the show, given that ESPN 1320's Jason Ross is the voice of Sac State football. I meant to text him, by the way. I'm going to text Jason Ross right now, and you all said hi. All right. Yeah, that's tough, Zen. We've tried. We're trying. We haven't given up. We're trying. There's a lot we want to talk about with him. Yeah, it's a tough one, but we're absolutely trying. Let's see. Yeah. Tiger's a big reason I watch, man. I wish I could find someone else who captivates me that way, but I feel like you're talking about the WWE. I feel like you're talking about the WWE women's wrestlers with that remark. I'm when I scroll up, I'm catching up on the conversation. Matt George live from ABC 10. What's up, buddy?
Hello.
How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
There we go.
Yep, that's true. Tiger does have his own night. Well, they name all of the buildings after athletes. So I think they just opened the LeBron James building relatively recently. But yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I think there's a Mia Hamm building. But yeah, all of the buildings at Nike are named after the athletes.
Does Serena have one?
It's a great question.
Because she's one of the huge ones too, isn't she? She's a massive Nike.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. That's a good question. I don't know. She does have one. Yeah.
Okay, good. I was gonna say she better have one.
I want to see. I'm going to see if I can find.
You think they care about if the buildings are bigger? Like, is Jordan's building bigger than Tiger's, and Tiger's pissed about it?
Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, I could see that. Like, so we got Serena. Ooh, okay. They got Serena, LeBron, the Mike Krzyzewski Fitness Center. They also have buildings named after. I gotta imagine they scrapped this one, but Lance Armstrong.
Ooh, that's a small building.
Ken Griffey Jr., Mia Hamm. Michael Jordan, John McEnroe, Jerry Rice, Nolan Ryan, Mike Schmidt. That's hard to believe. And Jean Benet Samuelson, a marathon runner.
Do the rookies who sign deals before they've done anything, do they get like a closet?
Say that.
Or a room or a cubicle?
You get a bathroom stall.
I'll take it. I want the Matt George bathroom stall for being a Nike endorser.
Oh, that's right. Joe Paterno did have one, so they took down Lance and they took down Joe Paterno. Oh my goodness, Dave Garcia. Wow. I feel like that warrants a follow-up.
Nice.
That warrants a follow-up right there. That's a big-ass campus, though. It's strongly encouraged if anybody has the opportunity to go. Strongly encouraged.
Do you know what they call Nike in England?
Hang on, we're coming back.
Oh.
Matt was just about to drop a trivia question on us here as we begin the conversation. Matt George, of course, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, sports director over at ABC 10. Thrilled to have Matt with us. Okay, go. Continue, please.
It's going to be a very big letdown. It's not really a punchline, but I follow a bunch of like vloggers and athletes and guys from England, and they call Nike Nike. And they call Adidas Adidas over there, which I will never get used to, especially Nike. It's like jarring to me every time they say Nike.
No, yeah, it feels like it's bordering on something inappropriate.
Yes,
I don't like that at all. Adidas is that's a line that's been around for forever. The Adidas has been around in like the hip hop culture for a long time. Yeah. Do you have a preference? Are you a brand guy?
I'm a huge Nike guy. All my golf stuff is Nike or Tiger Woods. I will not wear Puma. Although I really like a lot of Puma stuff, I will not wear Puma. I will not wear Adidas. I will not wear another golf brand. I am like, I pretend I'm Tiger endorsed.
But your golf attire is Nike. Like, you don't have Nike golf clubs, do you?
Oh, Nike doesn't make too much.
They don't. I golfed so long ago that I still have relatively new Nike golf clubs that have rarely been used.
One of my good buddies, he has a Nike driver, and I'm very jealous because it's clean and it's more because he's actually good at the sport and I'm not, but he smashes that driver. So I'm jealous of that. I like my Callaway Maverick driver, but I wish Nike still made golf balls. Like I would spend way too much money, like I already do, on Nike golf balls.
I'll let you try my driver. I have no idea how to use it. I have no idea if it'll ever see a golf course again. So you're welcome to whatever driver is in my bag to see if you can hit with that.
I'm down. I'm ready to challenge Kenny to Top Golf and probably lose.
Oh yeah, I'm doing work in Top Golf. I'm doing work.
I got no accuracy. I'm getting the power, but I don't got the accuracy.
I feel like Top Golf is a good way for people to like warm up who aren't like golfers. Like just go out there. It feels like a glorified driving range.
Yeah, it is. It 100% is. It's a driving range that's cool, and they have great drinks and great food and
significantly more expensive.
Yes, yes, but very much so.
But still, a driving range.
Good times though. Good times. I have a crazy slice when I hit the driver. It just can't ever keep it straight, no matter what I do.
That was my problem forever. I had a horrible slice for like the first year that I took it seriously. And I've been going to lessons for almost 2 years now. And now I have what's called a hook, which is the exact opposite, which coaches tell you is progress. It's like, good, you changed it. I was like, yeah, but what about the middle? How do I get to the middle? And they're like, well, keep working. I'm like, no.
Well, you know what we've learned here on D-Lo and KC? Never hook a hooker.
Now you can't hook with the hooker.
What? Hold on. What? Yep. I missed this lesson.
No, well, just take it with you.
Can't hook with the hooker.
Yeah,
it's a fact.
It's a boxing term. I don't understand. I don't understand it either. It's a boxing term. Hey, so let's try to get the show on track for the first time in about
Oh.
3.5 hours.
What about trauma? I heard about trauma. I was promised trauma.
I was wondering if you heard that. I was wondering, what's Matt George thinking of this conversation we're having?
Deuce goes, I think Matt has daddy issues too. And Morgan goes, Matt George? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, well. Yeah. Mhm.
Well, all right. Well,
I'm also convinced Deuce asked for the guest list to your party because of me. So
he knows you're going.
So if he doesn't show up, we know why.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to Deuce and Deuce only the entire night. I'm going to follow him around. I'm going to introduce my wife to him 5 times. It's going to be great.
That's going to be that guy who on that video meme who's talking to the girl, and you can tell the girl is just like super like not into the conversation. That's going to be Deuce. Matt's going to be the guy.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm going to be Chris Rock sitting courtside at the Laker game, and Deuce is going to be Kobe.
That was a classic.
Stone face, not paying attention, and I'm chatting him up like I'm cool. That'll be me.
Oh, I'm glad you're coming. I'm glad Deuce is coming, man. I hope Morgan can make it work. I'm glad Brittney's coming as well. We're gonna have a good time.
Well, I think Deuce stepped in. Something came up.
Damn it.
I'm sure it's a coincidence. I'm sure something actually did really come up.
Kenny, you want to hang out at the party?
Sure, man. Sure. Bottles of McQueen the whole time, man. Come on.
Hell
man.
yeah. Let's go.
Maddie McQueen, let Brittney know in advance she is the designated driver. I was going to say we were talking about Richaun Holmes earlier. No, we really were. Like maybe about 12:30, Richaun Holmes came up like somewhere around there. We were talking about Richaun, and I got to be honest, this does feel silly. For those who have been with us all day, it feels silly to try to get into this conversation. But that was always the plan with Matt. Because you stay committed to that Locked On Kings podcast, man. I know I can get Kings content.
We are in the desert right now. We are in the absolute desert of content right now.
It's tough, but we were talking about Richaun Holmes earlier, and we were kind of talking about someone mentioned in the chat. So we're all just kind of like resigned to the fact Harrison Barnes is going to be here this year. Mm-hmm. And we're all like, yeah, pretty much. And like, I'm good with it. And then Kenny brought up Richaun. And do you think Richaun can slide seamlessly back into a backup role, it's essentially where he's always been, with the exception of those years that got him that contract extension here in Sacramento? I know it's got to be a kick to the ego a little bit and got to hurt. It doesn't affect your money at all. And I think Mike Brown has shown some confidence in you. He's brought you up in interviews that he's been in. He brought you up in the opening press conference. Do you think he can slide into that backup role to Domantas Sabonis?
I absolutely think he can. Yeah, 100% he can. I believe personally that when you're talking about Richaun Holmes, he is someone that can plug into whatever role you need him to plug into. And generally, if I'm Richaun, I don't necessarily believe he's money motivated, although I don't blame him for chasing the bag that he finally got. I would be more concerned about that scenario that you brought up, D'Lo, if Richaun hadn't got paid yet. Let's say he had put in all that work in that the season that he took over starting for Dwayne Dedman, and then is about to get paid and then loses his job. And now that could have potentially affect his bottom line. He's gotten that contract. He's gotten paid. Some thought he could get more. I personally thought he could get more. He kind of was a victim of the big man market, I think, last offseason. But overall, like, Richaun is still collecting his money. He still can play a very important role on this Kings team, I feel personally. And I mean, I've heard you talked about Mike Brown, how Mike Brown has endorsed him. I heard one of the major decisions behind the Kings going in more of a Richaun Holmes route than bringing back, I'm blanking on his name, just signed with the Warriors. And that's horrible because I was a big fan of his.
DiVincenzo.
No. Damian Jones.
With the Lakers.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Lakers. Damian Jones. Yeah. They went more in the Richaun Holmes route. One, Richaun was a bit more difficult to move, and Jones was a free agent. But two, Mike Brown, there was a preference towards Richaun Holmes, as far as I know and as far as I understand, because I think Mike Brown sees what we all see, which is Richaun Holmes doesn't fit necessarily a role or a play style. He just plays a certain way. Richaun Holmes plays hard. He's athletic. He's aggressive. He's a hustler. He has that push shot that everybody loves. He can be a better rim protector. He can run the floor. Like, Richaun Holmes makes a lot of sense for this roster in a lot of ways. And I think he will be that Energizer Bunny kind of guy off the bench that will do what Mike Brown asks. And it seems like Mike is trying to bring in a lot of players in training camp with the Dellavedova signing here recently with multiple players from the Nigerian team. He's trying to bring in a bunch of people that he trusts and knows that he can ask something out of them and they will deliver. And I think Richaun Holmes fits that mold perfectly.
You know, Matt, I think it's a perfect role for Richaun Holmes. And I'm always aware of like trying to put guys, you know, in a specific box and you know, and put a ceiling on them or something like that. So I always hesitate to say this, or I try to, but I feel like this is where he should be. Richaun Holmes, I don't know if he's a starting center in this league for a really good team, or you need like a lot of talent around him for him to be a starting center on a really good team. But if you put him in this backup big role where he can come off the bench, he can use his energy, and he can affect the game that way, I think it's a perfect role for him. I really do. I think it's a perfect role for him. And if he's accepting of it, which I believe he is because he's just a gamer and a baller, I think he can flourish just like he did when he first came to Sacramento and was in that role.
I also think he's a phenomenal insurance policy. Like, we have to be realistic. There's a reason why Sabonis is taking his job, and it's no hesitation. It's because Sabonis is a two-time All-Star, and Sabonis is going to have a significant role on offense, far more significant than Richaun ever had here in Sacramento. But at the same time, knock on wood, if anything happens to Domantas Sabonis at any point, or if you need to rest him for a game, or if he gets into foul trouble, like, Richaun can step in, and I don't think there's that significant of a drop-off. It's the same way I look at like how the Kings have bolstered the bench this offseason. It's like, for the first time, maybe in De'Aaron Fox's career here in Sacramento, if Fox is having a off night, for lack of a better term, with Davion, Malik, Kevin Huerter, with the options on this roster, the depth on this roster, Keegan Murray, even, players can step up and kind of take the load a little bit. De'Aaron doesn't have to. We talk about a couple of years ago how De'Aaron went supernova. Remember that like week to week and a half, 2 weeks where he was averaging close to 40 points a game. He just went supernova, and the Kings had a really good week. He ended up, that was one of the 2 times he won Western Conference Player of the Week 2 seasons ago. He had to do that for the Kings to be successful, because when he wasn't doing that, we all saw the Kings were losing. Now, when you get that at De'Aaron, you better be winning. And when you don't get that at De'Aaron, it's not an instant loss. And I almost look at it in the same light with, if Sabonis is having a bad game, if Sabonis gets into foul trouble, which, by the way, he kind of did a lot in his limited time with the Kings last season. He picked up some quick fouls. I think Richaun Holmes can come in, plug in, and there is going to be a drop-off because it's not Domantas Sabonis, but it's not going to be falling off of a cliff. It's not a plummet with Richaun, and that's an insurance policy that I think is very valuable in this league.
You know, it's interesting too, Matt. I love Neemias Queta.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably the 4th guy on the depth chart. Like, I'll be curious to see how that kind of plays itself out. I still think Queta, and I kind of think Queta is going to be a part of the Kings, long-term plans. Alex Len probably isn't. I wonder how much of that influences Mike Brown's, I don't know if there's an actual depth chart, but how much of that influences, whether Mike Brown goes to Alex Len or Neemias Queta. Because, Alex Len has value. I don't talk about him a lot because I just don't think he's a part of this team's future, and I really like Neemias Queta. But I'm not lost onto the things that Alex Len does well.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Alex Len. I was actually really happy when the Kings brought him back the second time, because people forget when he and Kent Bazemore came over, and was that the lockout, or not the lockout, excuse me, the pandemic season that got cut short. Like, Bazemore and Len were playing really, really well. Mm-hmm. Len was the first big that was setting good, solid screens for De'Aaron Fox, and you could see Fox was actually making use of it. Right. But yeah, you're right. Alex Len is not a part of the Sacramento Kings future. And look, where Alex Len has the massive advantage over Neemias Queta is Alex is obviously been here before. He knows what it takes to play at the NBA level. He can handle the physicality. But if I look at Alex Len's skills and I compare them to what I believe, based off of Summer League and the G League, Neemias Queta's skills are, they're even to Neemias has an edge in certain areas. Neemias has a jump shot that he showed off a little bit. I think Neemias' ability Neemias has an incredibly soft touch, I feel, for a big. Like, he did a really good job scoring around the rim. Again, Summer League, not the actual NBA where Alex Len is comfortable. So I have no problem with the Kings giving Neemias as many opportunities as possible. And if he shows that he can be an impactful player like Metu and Damian Jones became for the Kings main roster pretty quickly, I have no problem with Neemias taking Alex Len's role really quickly. But also I know that if Mike Brown is more confident with Alex Len, go with Alex Len. And we'll actually learn a little bit about Mike Brown's philosophy in that sense with what he decides to do with Keegan Murray on opening night, right? If he starts Keegan Murray right away, it's, okay, I think this rookie can be impactful. I don't care how old you are, your experience. If you help us win right away as a starter, I'm going to put you in there. Or maybe he says, hey, you're a rookie, even though you won Summer League MVP and we have high hopes for you and you're probably going to be a starter in this league for basically your entire career. We're going to start you slow a little bit and maybe start you behind if you move Harrison Barnes to the 4, I've heard the possibility of maybe Trey Lyles starting at the 4 temporarily while you get Keegan Murray ready to go. Like, we'll learn about Brown's philosophy with that.
Keegan Murray doesn't start opening night. Is that deflating for you? And I'm not just saying you because you like Keegan, but just in general, you got the rookie.
We know why you're saying you. You don't have to sugarcoat it. That's Matt's guy.
But you got your rookie Summer League MVP. Everybody's excited about him, and then you get to the regular season and he's not even starting. I mean, is that almost backed in the corner where they feel like they have to start Keegan Murray right now at all costs?
Well, if Keegan Murray doesn't start on opening night, I'm hoping that Keegan's dad pulls a Marvin Bagley's dad and starts tweeting. Therefore, we can really get some change going here. I think if I trust Mike Brown a whole hell of a lot more to make basketball decisions than I do, right? I think Keegan Murray should be a starter. I don't think Keegan Murray has to do what he did at Summer League, meaning score 20 points per game to earn that role, because I think Keegan's skill set naturally translates to a good fit in the starting lineup. Like, it's not like you're looking at Keegan Murray, who was a top 4 pick. You're not looking at this top 4 pick to come in and be the guy right away, the same way that Orlando might be looking at Paolo on night 1 on a bad team, by the way, or OKC might be looking at Chet Holmgren. Keegan Murray can come in, still be impactful, and play a role. So if Keegan's not starting on opening night, I just need an explanation. I need an explanation that's not dismissive. And sometimes we get dismissive explanations from, like, Dave Yeager had the philosophy of, you don't start if you're a rookie. It's like, okay, I get that. Like, I get you want him to earn those minutes, but there was also a good portion of that De'Aaron Fox's rookie season where we're going, what are we doing here? Like, why isn't he starting? We know he should be starting. And Dave would kind of dismiss it. Like, hey, it's my team. This is what I believe. It's like, okay, but explain that to us a little bit. Like, and I really like Dave Yeager, by the way. So if Mike Brown decides to go with somebody else on opening night and he gets asked pregame, hey, why aren't you starting Keegan Murray? Or maybe it happens in preseason. We don't see Keegan start in preseason. We can ask him in preseason. I hope Mike understands and trusts us, or respect isn't the right word. I hope he just opens up and kind of explains a little bit more why beyond, oh, he's a rookie and we don't want to throw him into the fire. It's like, nah, you have winning expectations and you have a top 4 pick who can help that. Throw him into the fire. You need him.
Yeah.
That's why I feel like all we're doing here, and there's certainly nothing wrong with it, is just having conversation about Keegan Murray. The whole narrative around Keegan Murray, and it wasn't just from you, it was from James and from Deuce and Mo and Brian and hell, whatever national, draft expert you wanted to talk about. The one universally defining characteristic about Keegan Murray was he's probably the most ready to start right now. Like, he's probably the most ready for the NBA game. Okay, if that was the case before the draft, we've absolutely seen nothing since the draft to diminish that line of thinking. Keegan Murray is starting night 1. And if he's not, you're right. An explanation like should absolutely be given. But I'm very much of the belief like Keegan is starting week 1, and I do believe that weighed in to why I believe Monty McNair when he says we took the best player available. I think it's a coincidence that it was best player available, also at a position of need. And I think it was just it's great for the Kings that he is a ready right now guy, because they need all 3 of those things. They needed the best player available. They needed a player at that position, and they needed a guy who can play right now. Nothing we've seen from Keegan Murray has led us to believe that pre-draft assessment was wrong.
And Kenny, to answer your question from earlier, like my level of concern would be based off of the explanation that I got, right? If the explanation we got, if Mike Brown was honest and he said, yeah, defensively, that lineup wasn't giving us what we wanted, so we decided to bring Keegan Murray off the bench, I'm a little concerned there because I'm looking at Keegan Murray as one of the better team defenders on this team already. Yeah. But if he tells me right away something along the lines of we would like Keegan's scoring off the bench and we feel that Trey Lyles does the same thing spacing the floor, but the drop off with the second unit would be significant. I don't think he'd ever say that much, or it'd be pretty, I think it would be wonderful for him to say something like that. He probably won't go that deep, but that I'm a little less concerned about. I understand that a little bit more. I'm still not happy about it, but the only way I would be concerned is if there was any kind of explanation that Keegan Murray did not perform up to the level of expectation in training camp and preseason to be in that spot on opening night, which I think is very low chance of that happening based off of what we've seen already.
I got you. Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10, joining us. Matt, there was some, very ambitious, maybe a fortune teller type person that went to Las Vegas and dropped a combined $18,000 on the Sacramento Kings to win, not just get to the NBA Finals, not just get to the playoffs, not to be a postseason team, not 33.5 wins, nothing like that, to win the title. First thing that came to my mind was the NBA's rigged. Kings are definitely winning the NBA championship. That's the only way somebody would flush $18,000 down the drain like that. So they're going to get their money back. Now, I have no confidence in that bet whatsoever. I was talking to Damian earlier. What's a bet for this Kings team that you would have the most confidence in? Like them making the playoffs, them winning more than 33 games, Keegan Murray Rookie of the Year, most improved, all this stuff. So what, if you had to bet on one thing, what's the most confident you would bet on?
That is a phenomenal question that I'm probably going to steal from my podcast. So thank you very much for the content there.
Don't worry, I stole it from Damian Barley.
Well,
I stole it from Jesse. So we're a well-oiled machine here.
Okay, good. Well, Jesse will get the credit. Neither of you two are getting it. Jesse will get the credit then. Also, remind me, Kenny, to come back to this because I have a theory on who it is that's actually placing that bet. But my instant reaction, but I think this is like the Keegan Murray homer in me, is Keegan Murray winning Rookie of the Year. But seeing Paolo Banchero in person, like, unless he gets hurt, like, I don't know how Paolo's not going to just put up numbers in Orlando. Even if that team is garbage, Paolo Banchero is a force. So, like, I right now, I think it's fair to say Paolo has the edge to win Rookie of the Year. Maybe it's a significant edge, but Keegan will be in that conversation. So that's one of the ones I feel most confident or most comfortable with. I do legitimately think that someone will have Sixth Man of the Year opportunity here in Sacramento. Like, I think Davion or Malik Monk. If Malik Monk comes off the bench, I think he could be in a perfect position to win Sixth Man of the Year because he comes in and he gets buckets. And like, that would be his role. And he can come in and he can score quickly, put up points quickly. He could play 15, 20 minutes and easily have 15 to 20 points if he's hot. Now he's streaky at the same time. Davion Mitchell too. If Davion is what we saw the second half of the season, if he's capable of being that while playing with De'Aaron or while backing up De'Aaron, like, you can't tell me Davion Mitchell doesn't have the possibility to be a Sixth Man of the Year candidate, especially with the significant role that he's going to get even coming off the bench. So I like those two awards. And I would put a bunch of money down on the Kings actually making the play and not winning it, although they should. But like, we've talked about this before. I think the Kings will absolutely be a shoo-in for the play-in. Like I can't fathom a scenario where the Kings are not in the play-in this year.
You can't?
I can't. I unless like the only scenario I can fathom is like catastrophic injury. And this is really, it sounds dumb because it is dumb for someone who's covered this team for 16 years and should freaking know better. I look at this roster and I can't comprehend how they're not at least 10th best in the Western Conference. Like I can't comprehend this roster not being that.
I agree.
I got you. I think a lot of us are scarred though by years past, and they hear you say there's no reason they shouldn't be this and there's no reason they shouldn't be that. And this team finds a reason. Now, this roster, and you two just said this, is better than any roster they've had in recent memory. So you shoe in for the play-in, okay? What's that number look like, though?
I mean, I think they should be. 10 still feels too low. I think that 9 is very.
Sorry, not seeding. I meant win total.
Oh, great question.
Thank you.
It's
journalist.
What was it last season?
30. So 34.
It's not going to be
for San Antonio.
It's not going to be that. It's going to be higher than that, right? Like I don't think the West is going to be that bad again. So
was it going to be 36? I mean, it's not going to be like 40. It's going to be 1 or 2 games higher than that, maybe.
Yeah. I think the number
it doesn't mean the Kings can't win more. I'm just asking you what do you like, if the baseline number to get in is 36, you started to answer it with, well, I think 10 seed is too low. So you're obviously you're flirting with the idea of thinking 40 plus wins.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Is I think maybe 36 or 37 does get you at 10. But you guys were talking about recently this week. You're talking about like what constitutes a successful season. D'Lo, I think you brought this up. Like if the Kings win 34, 35 games, just sneak in and don't make the playoffs, but technically play a postseason game. No, that's not a success. Hell no, that's not a success. But you all talked about, and I talked about this recently too, like the season the Cleveland Cavaliers had last year. Yeah, sign me up for 44 wins. Like, and then if you get bounced in the play-in by teams that feature stars to the level of Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets, like it's easy to say when you're not in it, but yeah, I would take that scenario. Like, I think the Kings should be a 40+ win team. I think I don't think the idea of 500 should be best case scenario for this roster. I think it's achievable. I think they're playing pretty good, but that's not their best. Like years past, we would have said 41-41 is like the best case scenario for this team. The best case scenario for this roster for the Kings, I feel, is upper 40s. Are they going to achieve it? I'm not putting money on that. I'm saying that's the best case scenario for this roster. Maybe even higher than that if you really think they can gel together quickly and De'Aaron Fox is an all-star, right? And maybe Sabonis is having an all-star season too. But the Kings, in my opinion, should be definitely knocking on the door of 40 wins, and that should be enough to get you either a home play-in game, which is 9 gets you a home play-in game, right? Because you play 10, and then you advance to the loser of 7 and 8. Yeah. Or you're in that 7 and 8 spot. I either want a home play-in game or 2 play-in games. Like it's one of those two. If the Kings are 10 on the road and lose, they're probably only a 35-36 win team. And to me, that's not a successful season. Maybe I'm jumping the gun again like I did with last year's roster. That's how I feel at this point.
Absolutely. We did this study. I say that loosely. Study.
Very scientific.
Before the season, right? And one of the things that I always said, Damian, was, because people are like, man, the West is so loaded, this game, yada, yada, yada. Consistently. 1 through 9, yeah, probably really good. 10 was always like 33 wins. 10 was never like close to 40. Like there was 10 is always down there at like 34, 33 wins. So I agree with you, Matt. They should be more than 4 games better this year. And if they're not more than 4 games better, we got a whole lot of issues. But one of the things that we talked about as well is like the concept of some people feeling like it's so outrageous that this team jumps 10, 11, 12 wins this year. They're like, 10, 11, 12, that's a lot of games to win. And it's been done in recent memory. I mean, Cleveland last year went from, I think it was 22 to 44. Now, there was the 72 game season. So, that's the equivalent of probably 25, 26, 27 wins. And they go to 44. I think Chicago was about 16 games better this past year than they were the year before. 2 years ago, I think it was also a pandemic season. Atlanta had won 19 games. Let's say in a regular season, they won about 23 or whatever. The following year, they end up being in the Eastern Conference Finals. So saying this team could win 10 more games, 11 more games, yeah, you're going to have to do your work if you're Sacramento, but I don't think it's outrageous.
When you were saying that, and I was thinking about, like, you got to walk before you can run. And I'm wondering if walking for the Kings is limiting or significantly reducing the amount of games that the Kings just got their asses handed to them last season. Like, the Kings got blown out way too much last season. So is limiting those games and making those games closer, the walking portion, and then actually finding a way to close out and win the majority of close games you have, that is where you run. Because the Kings have also been, over the last 16 years, how many games have we seen them lead all the way up to the final 2 minutes, 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, and then they can't get over that proverbial hump that we've heard said time and time again. So, I mean, those are the two main things that I think are what are going to translate to wins for the Sacramento Kings. And it goes deeper than that, of course. It's more overall better defensive consistency is what really starts this conversation, basically. But if the Kings can limit the blowouts and then find a way to, especially on their home floor, and that's a big deal too, in their own building, win close games, like that right there is the difference of those 4, 5, 6 wins that we're talking about right away. Then how can you build upon that? So maybe it's learning how to close out those close games at home that gets you those 4, 5, 6 wins, and then limiting the amount of blowouts that you have equals another 3, 4, 5. Suddenly you're talking about a 10-win improvement. So maybe that's where you start.
Oh, I'll give you real quick, Damien. I'll give you a blueprint to it. We were talking about it earlier, and the conversation just went left. But Black Lives Matters in the chat, he said it perfectly. The Chicago blueprint is right there. And the Chicago blueprint is, we always talk about the teams you should beat. I know we try not to use that term around here, but for sake of a better term, beat the teams that are on your level. Do excellent against them. You look around your Portlands, your San Antonios, your OKCs, your Houston. Take advantage of that all the time. And then you would think go 500 against the good teams. The Bulls didn't never beat a good team. They never beat a good. All the Bulls did was beat up on teams that were on their level or below. And they were the 5th seed in the Eastern Conference. They won 40-something games. So if the Kings are able to, at the very least, do that, you're talking about a winning formula right there.
D'Lo, I got a date in mind. That the date for me is December 15th because.
No, not again.
No,
not again. We're doing this already.
Yeah.
I don't want to do this again.
I'm putting a date out there, December 15th, and we'll see what the actual Kings schedule is when it drops, if they're playing a game that night or whatever. But the first month and a half to 2 months of the season, I think, are going to be incredibly crucial for the Kings because typically it's the end of December, it's Christmas onward that you see the playoff teams and the established teams really get going. And when the Kings had their best season of the last 2 decades, or almost last 2 decades, it was when they got off to that ridiculously hot start. I feel like something like that needs to happen again, where they're not necessarily just relying on running people out of the gym like they did that last Dave Yeager year, but they are a team that catches people by surprise, that builds a cushion that is going to at some point get closed up or tightened or evaporate maybe entirely come the second half. I mean, look what happened to Cleveland last season. They built this massive cushion and then they completely evaporated.
Yeah.
It mattered. And I would 100% expect the same situation or a similar situation to happen to the Kings.
They did deal with injuries. Like they had a lot going on last year. It wasn't just that they suddenly started playing bad. Like they just, once they, losing one on that team was crucial.
Right.
And then they started losing multiples, and that was a wild roller coaster of a year for that team.
Right, but for a team like the Kings who hasn't been there before, like they need to put themselves in a position come February and March that if they're in the race, they're not trying to play catch up. Because if they're trying to catch a team like a Memphis, like a Minnesota, teams that have already done it, the hill is even steeper than it has to be. So you have to even yourself out or even give yourself a little bit of advantage. So you're playing defense at that point a little bit in the standings.
Right.
No, I completely agree. Yeah, I'm 100% with that. We've talked extensively about and will continue to talk extensively about the fact this team has to get off to a good start, and they may have to get off to a really good start. One reason I completely agree with you, Matt. But one reason that I think I feel that way is because I feel a little bit differently about the Western Conference. I think the Western Conference is good.
Mm-hmm.
That's about where I'm going to put it at. Like, I don't think the Western Conference is loaded. I don't think that it's stacked. I was like, okay, it's good. There's still some wait and see stuff with the Western Conference. Pelicans are still wait and see. Clippers, I'm very, very confident are going to be at the top of the conference. But I still need to see it. Where's Memphis? Like what did Game 7, what type of toll, and what did this offseason's toll have on Phoenix? Again, I believe all those teams are good. We're all under the assumption Denver is going to be better, but that's just an assumption. We all think Utah is going to stink. Well, that's also just an assumption. I think you can probably bank on Houston not being very good, Oklahoma City not being very good, and San Antonio probably being really, really bad. Lakers have done nothing to change my mind about my feelings about them. That's a bad basketball team until further notice with the best player on the planet. I think there's a lot of wild cards here, and I think that plays in favor to the Kings.
A team you didn't mention too is Dallas. Like, did Dallas peak last year, or is that who Dallas is, and can they build on it? Like, don't get me wrong, I think Dallas is better than the Sacramento Kings, but is Dallas catchable, or are they in that upper echelon that the Kings aren't even worried about?
And you know, just being real with this conversation, because you know injuries always play a part into like Phoenix suffers an injury, they can get through it. The Warriors suffer an injury, they can get through it. Dallas suffers that one injury, they ain't getting through it. Like Dallas suffers that injury, and they're thinking about, oh, wait a minute, we could get to the top of next year's draft and really put ourselves in position. Now, of course, that's an extreme circumstance, but Dallas is one of those teams that's just a bad break away from being out of the conversation. And I'm not going to say too much about Dallas because I'm wrong about them. Every single year, I say, no, they can't do this. No, they can't do that. And then every year, like, they do it. They won 52 freaking games last year. I didn't see that from this team at all.
Do we have time in the show for me to share my theory on who the better is?
Yes, you literally got like 30 seconds.
Okay. Oh man, I don't know if that's enough time. All right, so
we don't do it often, but we can make it a YouTube, Twitch exclusive.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Go to youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the only radio show in America that teases a segment for after the show. It's been that kind of day, folks. We appreciate you for being with us. If you were with us throughout the day, we really, really appreciate you for being with us. We know today's show was a little bit different. Big thanks to Deuce and Mo for their time here today. Thanks to Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast, who's going to be out at 49ers training camp tomorrow as well. So make sure you're following him and Kevin John and all of their coverage, and make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow. Trista Crick, Kyle Madsen, James Ham. It's our normal Friday fun here. D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
I love the earth.
Okay, Matt, floor is yours.
Okay. So if you are someone who's dropping 18 grand to win 10 million, obviously 18 grand don't mean much to you, which means you're probably someone who balls out, right? So you're probably someone who, when you go to said sporting event, you're probably like sitting courtside or close to the court or something like that. If you are, if you're dropping that much money, obviously you pay a lot of attention to betting trends. Like, for example, when you go to sleep and you wake up and suddenly like the odds for the number one overall pick have changed. Like suddenly, like maybe all of a sudden Paolo Banchero becomes the number one pick guy. Yeah. And like, if you're betting that much money, obviously you have to know that the Kings are a long shot. So you're obviously a hoop guy. So maybe like you have a basketball hoop in your backyard.
Yep.
So I think that if we connect all those dots and connect all that yarn on the dartboard or the cork board, I think Kenny Caraway just dropped $18K to watch the Sacramento Kings win the NBA Finals.
That's preposterous. Do I look like somebody that has $18,000 to spend?
Yes.
I can think of someone who's banking on you having $18,000 to spend. I can think of someone who's looking at you going, "Hey, buddy, you better have $18,000."
Like, man, how am I going to pay for this? Well, I need the Kings to win this. My only shot is the Kings to win the championship.
Look, everybody knows. Everybody knows. We all knew. Look, we all knew.
I'm just saying.
There's a certain confidence you have to have. There's a certain swagger that you have to have. And Kenny, I wouldn't wear a Summer League championship ring Caraway. Just exudes I would bet $18K to win $10 million because that's nothing.
Dr. David is right.
I agree. It could very well be like because she's really played it off like you both could be in cahoots. Maybe you were the first better and Miss P was the second better.
Hey, she got all the cash flow. I really do wonder who did that though. I mean, that is I'm as high as on the Kings as anybody. Why would you do that? There's other things you could do with $18,000.
Yeah, but you got $18,000 to some of these people. That's nothing, and the return, like if it happens, it's like the same thing with when Leicester City won the Premier League, and I know you're going to start watching Premier League this year, Kenny. You're absolutely going to do it, not bail out on it this time. When Leicester City won the Premier League, like a $1,000 bet on them was hundreds of millions to actually pull that off. So yeah, you're probably just taking $18,000 and lighting it on fire. But if you hit, like that return is so massive that some just look at it probably as the same way they would invest their money into a small company. And if it succeeds and becomes the massive company, great. If not, oh well, on to the next one. Like I'm sure that's how they look at it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly, but that's not happening. Kings are winning the title.
Hater.
And if they do win if the Kings win the title, the NBA is definitely fixed.
Yeah, I'll get on board for that.
Okay, I'm in. I'll wear my tin hat. Hey, it's about time the NBA's fixed in our favor, damn it.
Yeah, oh no, there will be no apologies. I'll be running through the streets of Sacramento for sure. No apologies, but I'll just know what's up at that point.
Yeah, we'll be out there. Do you have to work at some point, or do you just sit in?
Yeah, I should probably produce my show. I'll be on the air in an hour, so I should probably start.
Okay, dude, get back to work.
No, I don't want to. I have my dad issues to tell you about.
Oh man, that's another. We still got some off season left for you to tell us about today.
Right.
You're the only one left, so
we'll get personal with Deuce Mo, but Matt George's dad issues we don't care about. All right. I'll tell you at the party after some.
Well, drinks. I was gonna say we got to save something for Saturday. Like, what are we gonna talk about Saturday if we don't talk about our daddy issues?
I'm a very emotional drunk, so I'll just be sobbing on someone's shoulder.
Oh no,
Brittney, get him.
She might not. She might not want to come. She might call in sick.
Like Deuce did. Yeah, got plans. So, all right, buddy. Get to work. Have fun on TV.
Later.
See ya. All right, man.
The Lake Show called Miss P Tanya. I think he was trying to put Tara.
Oh.
Tanya.
Maybe that's her alias.
Oh, man.
Man, a tiny popped 2 of them today.
Nobody on the Giants did that. What a disaster.
Shout out to Jesse, because I don't know what the hell he's going to title that Deuce and Mo segment to put on YouTube. Whoa. Okay. Oh, he didn't even hear that. No wonder he didn't react like a. No wonder he didn't react. I was like, damn, Kenny didn't react to that at all. Oh, it's because he didn't hear it. All right. We're going I titled the graphic card a very special edition of D'Lo and KC and Deuce and Mo. I didn't know what else to call it. I didn't know what the hell to call it. That's not going to show up in anybody's search engine anywhere, but yeah. Appreciate you guys, man. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy that version of the Raiders and the Jaguars tonight. And I know better than to tell you what we're doing tomorrow, but we'll be here. Wonder what we can get out of Trista tomorrow.